Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Thank you, everyone. We're back to our June 25th, 2020 Miami City Commission meeting. Madam City Attorney, before we close our meeting, you had some exhibits that you want to add to SR2?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I sent the commissioners a Department of Health report and some photographs and a video that some of you may not be able to open, so just let me know if I have to resend it a different way, just as proof, a backup for the feeding ordinance and why it's needed in order to centralize and assist and give a safer environment for the homeless to receive food. So I just wanted to send you that information since the ACLU voiced their objections today in the public comment section through Professor Snavely. So thank you very much for allowing me that additional time to put that information into the record.
Thank you, Vicky. And I also want to inform that we had our first meeting with the Homeless Trust and the administration, and it went real well. And we are trying to put together the program and how to organize this in a way that we can really provide assistance to our homeless, not only in the form of food, but also in support also such as psychological assistance, medical assistance, and also shelter assistance. And I move it.
It's been properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Madam City Attorney, can you read into the record, please?
Yes, Chairman. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending Chapter 25 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Human Relations, more particularly by creating Article 2 titled Large Group Feedings and creating Section 25-25 titled Regulations for Street and Public Large Group Feedings, to create regulations for the use of City of Miami streets and public spaces for large group feedings, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date as amended.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You recognize, sir.
I continue to be against this ordinance in the way that it's written. I respect the efforts of what's trying to be accomplished, but we've talked about this for years. And step one to me is to create the program, not the punishment. I know we're doing it in conjunction, but to me, not only does it send the wrong message, we're doing it in the wrong way. And here's why I feel that way. When before I was in office and had access to all of the groups that have studied these issues so much more than I knew about before, I didn't understand why it was wrong to feed the homeless in the streets. And when my daughters are in my car and we're at a stoplight and someone needs change or food, they want to help. That it's just an inherent innocent nature to want to help. And they don't know about our housing first policy. I'm not talking about children, just regular residents and citizens who feel compassion for those who are in the streets. All they see is that someone's not doing their job because these folks aren't taken care of. Whether it's the psychological services, whether it's the shelter, whether it's the housing availability, whether it's feeding elsewhere in a program, they just want to help. And for me to tell my daughters, you know what, let me show you a better way to help, and I take them to a shelter and we donate some toys or something like that, that's great. But for me to tell them, no, if you roll down your window and give them something, you're in trouble. To me, it sends the wrong message. And I really believe that we're taking the right steps in creating a program, but we're undermining it by creating the stick portion of this at this point. I think we should try the program without the fines and the civil penalties, and see what sort of buy-in we get from the churches and the shelters and the homeless. And if we need to go to an enforcement point after that, let's talk. But I don't think it's the right first step. So I'm not in favor of it as it is. If there's an openness for an amendment to the last section of the ordinance, taking out the penalties, I would be in favor.
Sir, I think that you are totally misunderstanding this, and you are, as a matter of fact, what you're saying, nothing of what you have said is the truth. We are, if you are on a street light and you have a McDonald's in your hand and you have to give it to somebody, nobody is going to do anything to you. This is against systematic street feeding. This is, you're taking it to, I don't know why, but you're taking it to another extreme. What we're doing is we are organizing street feeding and making it more efficient, and what we're doing is we are creating a program that really, if you want to help the homeless, you should be in favor of it, because we are going to have them as a group under a roof, and we are going to supply them all the support that they need, not only for in a matter of nourishment, but also in medicines, psychological assistance, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think that I, as a sponsor, I don't know if my co-sponsor, Commissioner Carollo, we thought about this and we did this together in order to create a program that really is going to help the homeless population. So I'm not open for any amendment.
I second that statement made by Commissioner Reyes. What we're trying to do here is bring some common sense to this issue, and to make sure that our homeless are taken care of. And we have been doing that, I think, much more than many other cities. But at the same time, we're doing it in a way that we're protecting them and our residents in how we go about it.
I guess the last thing I'll say about it is that, Mr. Vice Chairman, your daughters will still be free to give food to anyone if they see fit, by rolling down their window and handing out a meal or two to a few individuals. This is particularly for large group feedings, so this is organized feeding. In the city of Miami, we've built homeless facilities. We've approved through zoning the expansion of homeless facilities in areas where they were once a couple buildings that were scattered, and then they started, and then they became one full city block. We have done a tremendous amount of things to be compassionate with homeless people in our community, and so we want to continue doing so. And we want the people who choose and who don't choose, or who end up on the street, to live harmoniously with the people who live in those communities. And so that means cleanliness, that means order. And what we hope to do with this is to find a way that we can ensure that those who come to feed people in our communities, they understand what are the requirements for doing so. And I can understand how you feel about the as you will put it, punishment, because but I can't think of any law that doesn't have some sort of repercussion if you break that law. If it's a civil fine, if it's jail time, I mean, there's always some repercussion. If not, then it wouldn't be a law, and no one would follow it. And so there's standards that you have in all professions. There's standards that you must follow, and if you follow those standards, then you typically get a certain outcome. And if you don't follow those standards, then you not only get a poor outcome, but you usually get some sort of discipline. And so we want to ensure that the people who choose to feed our community, especially large groups, that they are part of the solution and not a part of the problem for these neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reply briefly to make clear. I'm very much aware of the limits of numerically of how many need to be fed before this is triggered. I was simply trying to illustrate how what this does is say you do it our way or you get punished, and it's taking the innocent and benevolent and saying you're doing it wrong and you're going to pay for that. And that's the part I don't like about it. If it were a program and not an ordinance, I think we would get a lot of buy-in. And with a program, you don't need punishment for those who don't partake in your program. But I understand where it's coming from, but I foresee this good program being overshadowed by the negative it generates from the teeth in the ordinance. And I know that it comes from a good place. I know what all of you are trying to do. And I support that program. I really do believe that this is a great step toward creating a way to get people fed and toward shelter. And I just, it's that punishment portion, I think, that is going to be the headline, not the good parts of the program. So that's why I'm against it. But I understand where you are.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I think that we have Mr. Rumbook on.
Oh, I didn't see his hand.
That's right. He wants
You're
to
recognized, sir.
participate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate it. And Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Coelho, thank you very much again for sponsoring what we at the Trust believe is an important piece of legislation. And we did have a very productive meeting with Commissioner Reyes and city staff a week and a half, almost 2 ago. We are working aggressively to find and identify an individual to run the program day to day, to go out and help coordinate with the churches, the synagogues, and other civic organizations. But let me also say, the most selfish and self-serving thing that we can do is hand someone a meal, leaving them to languish in their current circumstances. There is no humanity in that. At the end of the day, I understand when people drop spare change in a panhandler's bucket, that they get immediate gratification. I get when they hand somebody a sandwich or a pizza or a meal, they get instant gratification. It does nothing to help Sergio and Lazaro and our outreach teams bring those chronic people in. What Commissioner Reyes' program is going to do is give us an opportunity to give those people that are civic-minded to coordinate and to help participate in an organized way consistent with our efforts to get people off the streets. Simply put, the large group feeding ordinance is focused on providing a part of the continuum. Our folks will be there to try to draw people into services, try to bring them into shelter and to housing. In our opinion, it's a real major step in a good direction. It ensures safer distribution of food, ensures more sanitary conditions, it ensures less duplication and waste. It holds a better promise that we can finish the job that all of you want us to finish, getting people off the streets. And I really do appreciate the stuff that the city attorney put into the record. I read the ACLU and Professor Puri's letter last night. I understand where they're coming from, but to be very blunt, direct, and honest, we have health and sanitary problems on the streets of the city of Miami, and this will help us put it into a place where we can increase sanitary conditions and the health and the safety of the whole community. So thank you.
Mr. Book, the letter that you're referring to, is that on this ordinance? Because I don't think we received it.
Oh, goodness. Yes, Madam City Attorney, it was sent to you, the chair, the mayor, Commissioner Hardiman. I don't believe, based on my reading, and I've got the letter in front of me, I don't believe, it looks like they copied the rest of the commission. Actually, they did. Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Diaz-Del Portillo, Carollo, and Reyes were also copied on it.
Yes. Yes.
So,
okay. Thank you, Mr. Book.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against?
No.
The motion carries. Madam City Attorney, I have the emergency ordinance the FR1.
Apologies, Chair. I do apologize. I have that as 3-1, Commissioner Carroyo. Okay, my apologies. I have it as 3-1. Absent Commissioner Carroyo.
And as amended, that we'll add a whereas to make sure that we reference all the backup that we added. Thank you. With regard to the emergency ordinance, remember that it says that it's a first reading ordinance, but it's an emergency ordinance. That's how it was advertised. There was just a scrivener on the agenda saying that it was first reading. So we'll read.
So it should be
the title.
EM1. This is the Chapter 35 Transportation Trust Fund, correct?
Yes. So we would read it. I would read it, then you vote. I read it again, and then you vote.
Okay.
Understood.
So let me know when you want me to read it.
Now,
Okay. Thank you. An emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 35, Article 7 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Transportation Trust Fund, more particularly by amending Section 35-254A of the City Code by capping payments into the Transportation Trust Fund, creating Section 35-255 titled Declared State of Emergency to authorize the city manager to suspend the requirements of Section 35-254A of the City Code during a federal, state, or local declared state of emergency, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
I move it.
it's been properly moved. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And second. Any discussion?
Yes, some questions.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I can see the intent of this ordinance is to find savings, especially in this year. But once the state of emergency is lifted, this no longer applies in terms of the money flowing in, except for the cap. It doesn't stop the monetary flow. Our economic crisis goes beyond when we lift the state of emergency. I don't know how long it's going to be. And I don't know if this is the right way to do this, if what we're trying to do is capture some of that Transportation Trust Fund money just for this year to help us with this year. Because if we wanted to simply waive the percentage of the general fund that goes in there as a regular basis, we could do that on a one-time basis for this year and call it a day, and there's your $2 million savings. We'll keep it in the general fund. That way we don't have to sort of cripple the Transportation Trust Fund for long-term projects and big things we want to do, and the trolley as we try to expand it and support it, who knows what else. But I think it's a big accomplishment that we have a Transportation Trust Fund, that it's built up what it has so far. We don't have an imminent project right now, but I don't think we should cobble it just for this moment's issue. I think if we need $2 million from it, let's take it, but let the program continue running without a cap and without any sort of emergency changes. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Are you going to request the changes from the mover and seconder?
Yeah, it's really just a discussion. I too am looking for savings so that we can do this, and I'm not opposed to it. I'm just wondering if there's a better way to accomplish this same goal. Is there any will here to look at this from a different angle? Let me be clear. Friendly amendment. I'm not going to vote against it. I'm in favor of the savings. So I'm not trying to challenge the concept of what we're doing here. I'm just wondering if there's a better way to do it. Maybe the sponsor can help me understand the thinking in the logic and how he came to this methodology.
I think our silence sort of speaks for itself, Commissioner.
It could be, or you can just let me know.
I think it's a good proposal. I'm going to support it.
All right. And I'm fine with it. If it's the way we want to work it, that's fine, because the end accomplishment is the same.
Yes.
Right. And
I think so.
That, we have the ability as a commission to
Change it.
do it at any time that we want to do it. So,
And change. And anytime that is needed.
right.
Yes.
So, but I understand what you're saying, sir.
Yes.
No, what happens is long after the emergencies are gone, we forget to put these things back in place sometimes.
worry.
And then
We
look
get
at
the
it,
point.
We get
spend on
the,
a
Oh, they're
transportation
gonna
issue.
remember that money.
We get it. We get the point.
I remember when
All
Frank
right.
Suarez presented it, so we never forgot about it. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. Madam City Attorney, read into the record.
An emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 35, Article 7 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Transportation Trust Fund, more particularly by amending Section 35-254A of the City Code by capping payments into the Transportation Trust Fund, creating Section 35-255, titled Declared State of Emergency, to authorize the city manager to suspend the requirements of Section 35-254A of the city code during a federal, state, or local declared state of emergency, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
move it.
Discussion?
Seconded.
Been probably moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. While we're there, we might as well move into our second emergency ordinance, which is EM2. Well, I actually titled it as EO1, but you know, they're the same. This is the ordinance by 4/5 to allow the enforcement by civil citation of the emergency ordinances.
Yes, Chairman, I believe I read it. I believe I read it into the record once already. So if you would like to vote,
Okay. Are the commissioners familiar with what I'm discussing?
I could read it again if you want.
Please. I think that'd be important, yeah.
An emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 37 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Offenses Miscellaneous, more particularly by adding new Section 37-15, titled Enforcement of Emergency Orders of the City of Miami, Florida, Penalties, to provide for enforcement by the city for violations of emergency orders issued by the City of Miami, Florida, through civil citation process pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 10 of the City Code of the City of Miami, Florida, providing for penalties and providing for an immediate effective date.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Mr. Chair?
Recognized for discussion.
Okay. I'm reading this and I'm seconding it, but there is an enforcement and penalties. There is, he says that each violation shall carry a fine of up to 250 for each incident. I spoke with the city manager, and my information is that the first offense, if they see you, will have a verbal, it will see they will tell you, wear your mask. If you are not wearing it, or they see you again, and then you have a written, they will give you a written admonishment, and if you don't do it, then you get a $50 fine. But it's not going to be just from the get-go that we're going to have that $250 fine. That as it is written here, I think that in the state of the economy, as it is today, you see, and we have a lot of people that we are now educating them on the use of masks or not, because not everybody is informed that if you give them a warning, a written warning after a verbal warning, then a written warning, and then you fine it. Also, I want to include in this ordinance that since we are requesting the use of masks, that we should ask from, I would say, from the governor, that they provide, since we are a hotspot here and we have so many cases in our city, that we should ask for additional masks. So we can make them available for those people. They are neighborhoods that the residents have lost their jobs, and right now they are not receiving any type of assistance, and particularly in the neighborhoods of Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, that those it's very low income, and it's one of the hottest spot here, and we have to do everything that is on our power to try to protect them. I think that we should be distributing masks there. And I don't know how we're going to do it, but I would love to start. I mean that we start a program that maybe that we make them available at the then office, or we go and make distributions. And I'd be more than glad to help my fellow commissioners and doing that. And I think it is our duty. And that's the only changes that I would change, that I would propose on this ordinance.
Commissioner Reyes, this legislation is actually generic. It has to do with any violation of the emergency orders that are set forth by the manager and the commission and the mayor. So you can definitely do a separate resolution or that has to do with that. This just has to do with having the ability not to arrest and actually being able to do civil citations with regard to the emergency violations in general.
Well, doesn't this require people to use the mask?
Not this. This ordinance is only about enforcement of emergency orders.
Okay, fine.
It came about because of the mask order that's going to be issued, if not already issued, by the manager. But this is just so that you can enforce delicately without arrest.
Okay, but and there is then a misunderstanding because all the press that what they have read is this, and then what they are being reporting and they're going to report is that we are going to place a $250 fine to any person that is walking on the streets without a mask. You see,
Yeah.
And I want to clarify that that is not the case.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
You may.
So this is enabling legislation, right, to be able to give us the flexibility of imposing a civil fine versus what the only tool we have available to us now in terms of enforcement is to be able to arrest somebody, which is something we felt was a little onerous or significantly impactful. And we don't really feel that that is necessary. So, but we didn't have a vehicle available to us to do anything less than that. So we worked with obviously the city attorney's office to come to this option suggested by the city attorney herself, and was drafted yesterday as a means to provide us this available or additional option for enforcement. As I mentioned to you, Commissioner, the intent honestly is to educate people first, and the fallback position is to impose a fine. Only if absolutely necessary, and if the individual is clearly non-compliant and has, ignored the request. The ordinance also allows for flexibility to the fine itself. Obviously, it allows me as a city manager to set the fine. The intent is to set this fine at $50.
Okay.
That may change over time, or for other aspects of the emergency order, we may change the fine structure. But the intent, and as I've mentioned to you individually, is to propose a $50 fine for the mask order, which once this is passed today, I will formally sign into effect today, sometime after the meeting.
In order to clarify, because I received at some but people are reporting that it's getting to the press that we are passing an ordinance that is going to fine the violators with $250.
Yeah, that's
and what I wanted to make clear that there is not that the stated fine of $250. It's not what we're going to do. It's, according to what you said, that it's going to be a verbal warning and a written warning and a $50 fine. Now, if you want to clarify furthermore, we can say if it continues and people it continues not paying attention to the ordinance, the fine could be increased to up to $250, but it has to come to us before us in order to increase it.
Commissioner, the way that it's drafted is that any violation of emergency orders, whatever it is, the masks or anything else, any violation of an emergency order shall carry with it a fine up to $250 for each incident. And the amount shall be set forth by the manager. So he's going to write a memo. He'll send it to you.
Okay.
And he'll
Absolutely.
tell you, first offense can be $50,
well,
3 offense
that
can be
is-
like that.
That's the clarification that I want everybody to, I want to take from him. And that's the clarification that it should be given to the public and the press. Because the way that is being reported is that we are going to impose a $250 fine to those people that are not wearing the mask in public.
So let me also clarify another aspect of what you referenced before, which is the actual distribution of masks.
Yes, sir.
We have a request into the state of Florida, and looks like we will be receiving 93,000 masks,
Okay.
of which we will distribute as a part of, and we're finalizing that plan now, both group functions, our public functions such as feedings. We'll make some available at our net offices, and we'll also be distributing them to our public safety employees so that they can distribute them in the field when they see incidents where someone is not compliant.
Okay, and I wanted you to make sure that those zip codes that are the hot spots,
Yeah.
that we should emphasize those before the other zip codes, that they give them priority over other zip codes that they doesn't have so much, the disease hasn't spread as much as.
Yeah, those zip codes are our priority right now.
Be
Absolutely.
prioritized, okay? All right.
And can I bring up something for discussion?
Yes.
What I'd like to do is in this fine structure, that the first time they get a written warning. Second, they get the $50 fine. If they're caught again, it goes up to $150 fine. And the third time, $500 fine. The one after that, there could be an arrest made. If someone, after a warning the first time, after giving tickets for 3 fines, keeps on wanting to violate, then that one, the police could have the option of arresting or keep piling up the $500 fines.
So
Look, we have to do something in our city so that people take this serious. This is the only way we're going to curtail the increases that we're getting. Now, to make this work, we're going to have a database that immediately someone that gets someone, they run their name, they could see in the database if they've been issued a citation before or not.
I still think, and I know where you're coming from, Commissioner, and I agree with you that we have to have, be strict about this. But I do understand also that they are in certain neighborhoods. They are many people, and believe it or not, you can find. They say that you can find masks every place. I have people that they can find masks. And they have a handkerchief or whatever, and then they might forget it. I think that we should give them a warning, and I understand that the second time, give them a fine. Do away with the verbal warning, just with a written warning, and then a second time a fine, and then increase it the third time. But I don't believe that we have a population that can't resist, because whatever mistake is, a $500 fine. I don't know. Honestly, I think it's too steep.
But we're talking about going to the extreme of someone after the fourth time that they've been stopped.
Or $250. In my opinion, I think it's a little bit too steep.
Can I get something clarified, commissioners? Madam City Attorney, as far as I read this, the maximum fine we can set is $250 anyway by charter, correct?
Well, as we've drafted it, up to 250.
So would that be increased as the commissioner suggested, or is there a cap on that by statute?
There's a cap by statute, and if it's a certain way, I don't know that based on the emergency nature of it, and since we're not noticing it, that we could do it that high. Right now, the most I think that we could do by statute based on how this is drafted is $500. When you do $1,000, it's a 4/5, but it's a 4/5 not because it's an emergency, it's a 4/5 because of the fine. And we have to notice it that way.
Okay.
So I would not necessarily increase it, but remember it's per occurrence. So let's say you can.
Can I propose this? Let's do it the way that the city manager proposed it, and let's see what happened during the first week. If we see that we have a bunch of violators, then I mean people that they continue to violate, then we can change it. It's up to let's give the city manager the flexibility of increasing or decreasing this fine.
Madam City Attorney, can you describe the due process in this? Say for instance, if someone tickets me for not wearing a mask, I know we don't have that policy in right now, and I think that's the next discussion we probably should have.
Absolutely.
Is it necessary to wear a mask when you step out in public, or is it necessary when you're within 6 feet of other individuals that you should be wearing a mask? So can you tell us what the due process is if I'm a person that was stopped and ticketed for not wearing a mask? Because I'm having a hard time understanding what person would get stopped 4 or 5 times. To me, that would be somebody that was targeted, but I may be wrong. Go ahead.
That's a good question. Great question.
As any ticket, code enforcement ticket, it could be appealed. So we can issue the ticket and they can appeal it to our special masters or code enforcement board. So that's the due process portion of it. If they don't accept it, they can appeal it.
Okay, and let me go back to that emergency ordinance 1 second. Does the emergency ordinance? Well, we haven't posted it yet, so I'm assuming that it's going to be for facial coverings or masks.
The drafted ordinance is just basically it'll be unlawful or a violation of this code for any person or to violate an emergency order promulgated by the city.
I get that part. I'm just saying that the part about masks or facial covering that has not been presented to the public or to the city.
My understanding is that it has not been presented yet because we wanted to have the enforcement mechanism in place first. Correct, Mr. Manager? And
so if that is true, then that the question I have for this commission is, do we think that what we're asking for is a bit too much, or do we think that it may be necessary for a brief time, from week to week?
I think it's week to week is what I think it is.
The thing is that if you don't have a citation process, then all you have for enforcement is arrest right now.
Oh, we understand that.
Or do nothing.
We understand that, Mr. Russell.
Thank you. What I believe the chairman is referring to is the policy itself rather than the punishment. How strict should the policy be at this time, where we are with regard to infections, hospitalizations, et cetera? And contrary to my position on SR2, I'm very much in favor of this, even though it will be controversial and we may get pushback on this. But we must protect our residents. And in a sense, we must also protect our businesses. We're, as local government officials, in a unique place that we don't stand on a theoretical or philosophical position on this. We're simply trying to help our communities survive physically and survive economically. We do not want to go backwards. No one on this commission wants to go back to a shutdown. I don't think from a policy perspective and a necessity perspective at this point. And the only way we're going to keep from doing that if things continue on the current trend is by enforcement of existing policy, because we've all seen it. There are people out there who are not following the policy, even in its form now, in parks, for example, or in buildings. And as we expand it now, if we do not have a mechanism to enforce where necessary, you know, at least to even just send the message that we're very serious about this, people get a false sense of security out in public with their friends, with their, you know, coworkers, and they're too close without facial coverings, without social distancing, and the spread can increase. This is not to create unintended fear. We have capacity in our hospitals. We have capacity in ventilators. We have capacity in ICU beds right now. But the trend is going up on hospitalizations, which means we could start to see a decrease in that capacity. And we have to take action now. This is a drastic action, but I think it is justified in this moment it's better to do this than go backwards. That's my point.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with the sentiments of all the commissioners. We've seen in the last 3 days, or in the last 5 days, we've seen 3 days close to or over 900 new cases, which is double what we saw when we implemented a stay-at-home order on March 24th, which was a high water mark of 533 cases. So we're almost double at that point. And as Commissioner Russell just said, you know, we are up in hospitalizations, ICUs, ventilators, as well as all the other metrics that we've been looking at, such as a percent positive. I was told that the percent positive for Miami-Dade for yesterday was over 20%.
26.
That's an extremely high rate.
Yes.
When the 10% is supposed to be the barometer. So I think we have no choice. If we don't want to go backwards, if we don't want to start closing businesses, if we don't, want to re-implement a stay-at-home order, we've got to take this action now. And I commend the commission for supporting this measure, and I commend the manager for working quickly with the city attorney to implement them and have a warning and a fine system that escalates over time.
Okay.
If you want a higher fine, it could be up to 500 based on how we have this reading. Since it's an emergency, we can't go to the 1,000 at this reading, but can do up to 500 if you like.
I never mentioned 1,000. I said the first should be a warning ticket. Not even a fine, a warning. Second, $50 fine. Third, $150. And then fourth, which is really the third time we find them, that's where you bring it to the 500.
We could do that if you like.
And what I'm trying to do is save us a lot of time of having to come back every meeting and trying to adjust it and change it.
What I like about that
is that there are people out there that they don't care about your life, my life, or anybody else's lives. And the only way that they're going to change their ways is if they feel it and they see that we mean business. Most people, they want to cooperate. They want to help each other. But for those very few that want to act that way, we need to be tough with them. However, if we don't have a mechanism that either a police officer or someone else that's going to be in a position of finding them can immediately go into the computer and see if they've been given a warning before or if they've been fined, it doesn't make any sense then.
What I like about it as well is that commissioners, that it's very transparent as to what the different levels are. The way that the ordinance reads now, it's a pretty broad discretion, which then would require some sort of a memo that would have to be, like you said, Commissioner Reyes, we would have to make sure that the public knows about it and it can be changed. And so what I like about that is that it's very, very, listen, this is the rule. The first time you get a warning, second time it's $50, third time it's 150, and the fourth time it's 500, and that's it. And it's very clear.
So, say for instance, Madam City Attorney, if I'm able to appeal the ticket, so I get charged with the ticket, I immediately appeal it, which means that I don't pay it immediately. I have some sort of day in court, if you will, and say that day, because we have lots of hearings about lots of different things, isn't for another 2 months. And in the meantime, I was ticketed once again. Is that second ticket, am I supposed to be charged at a higher rate because I've now had a second ticket, or should it be, unless you've been, in a sense, adjudicated of the first thing? Because you basically you don't have I'm going to use the language of conviction. You're not convicted of what they accuse you of doing the first time. So then how are you going to be punished, if you will, for a second time if you haven't been adjudicated of the first one?
Well, the ticket technically stands until it's appealed and maybe overturned. So it would technically do the escalation route unless
Maybe I misspoke. If a police officer gives me the ticket, I've just been accused of something, right? So then I have to at least have a day in court where I can fight that. If I'm then adjudicated on it, then I can appeal it. Is that the way the process goes?
No, based on the tickets, whether it's a police officer or code enforcement officer, you receive a ticket. Within 10 days, you appeal it. Let's say you receive another ticket, then it'll probably be the escalated scale, because even though you have the other one on appeal, it still stands until you get it reversed or overturned or thrown out. So you'll get that second ticket at an escalated amount if we're doing it like this, based on this escalated version.
May I ask a question?
Okay, then before you ask Mr. Reyes, so then say for instance, if my first ticket is if I've been found guilty of it, that I committed this offense. No, rather yet, say I was not found guilty on the first one, and then on the second one, which was for a monetary fine, I get found guilty. Is the punishment going to be reduced to a citation, a simple warning, because I technically wasn't convicted of the first one?
You'll only get one warning, but if you're saying let's say you get a second one and that's the citation, that's the first citation, and that one gets thrown out, it won't be in the system for the code enforcement officer or the police officer to give you a second escalated ticket because it's gone. Is that what you're asking? If it's overturned if it's thrown out, at that point, you only get the first amount, not an escalated amount. Now, remember that we don't necessarily have a perfect system right now for recording all of these, because this is the first time that we're doing tickets to people. So it's not going to be a perfect process at first. You're probably going to get a lot of $50 tickets if somebody keeps on getting, just because it's not a computerized system right now. First, we're doing it with ticket books.
Madam City Attorney.
You recognize me?
Yes, sir. I'm going to continue on Chairman Hardiman line of questioning, because I want to know if let's say that I get a $500 ticket or $100 ticket. You see, whatever it is, 150, and because I lack of funds or whatever, I'm fined $150, and I have certain amount of time for paying it. If I don't pay it, will that be enough cost for an arrest warrant? I mean, I'm going to be arrested, and I'm being going to, like when you have an arrest warrant because of you don't pay a traffic ticket. If the police stops you for whatever and they're running you, and then you immediately you go to jail.
Right.
That will be the case here?
No, let's not confuse. It's a very good question. This isn't a civil citation pursuant to the county code that we were talking about in the other ordinance. This is a code enforcement citation. So this will just be code enforcement. It'll be totally civil. It won't be like the other process that if you don't pay a ticket for marijuana and then you could be arrested for it, an arrest warrant will issue. It's not going to be like this. This is totally purely code enforcement unless the officer chooses to arrest, because remember, you can also arrest on these pursuant to violations of an emergency order. But this is just a obviously a more lenient process.
But if they don't, then if the consequences are, I mean, it is a code enforcement ticket. Code enforcement tickets are they have an effect, because if you sell or you whatever you want to do with your property, we can place a lien on the property if you don't pay, right? But how can you go and enforce the payment of this ticket? With a person, it is not going to be arrested, or a person, and also it is very, I don't know, it's kind of dangerous. You see that a person could be I mean, a person that doesn't have a job, doesn't have money, whatever, that person cannot pay it, and then that person, or the person doesn't want to pay it. Let's say that there's a distinction between don't want to do it, or considers that you are violating their rights, or that a person, it is economically cannot afford it. Yeah, what it is, the teeth behind this? How are we going to enforce it?
Right. You're correct that code enforcement liens attached to all real and personal property, real or personal property owned by a violator. So if we decide policy-wise, if the administration decides to take this to the full gamut, then if we find any real or personal property owned by a violator, it can be liened. If not, we don't have to spend the resources on that. At the end of the day, this is to achieve compliance in the current situation. But the manager can speak to how the administration is going to deal with actual liening property based on these emergencies.
Well, I think we should let the manager decide what the punishment is going to be and how it's going to be implemented. That's why he is the manager. You see how it's going to be implemented. But whatever the decision is been made, I want that. I mean, immediately we have to inform the public how much is the fines, what are the consequences of not paying the fines, etc., and what the procedure is going to be, because I don't want any confusion out there. And then, and as all of us that are elected official, we are going to be bombarded with people asking questions, and whatever we do, we are going to be blamed for it. Okay, so we want to clarify. I want to clarify personally. I want to clarify this. And personally, I want to take into consideration that we have a population that in the city of Miami, which is not a population that it is I mean the social, the economic standards of most of our population. It is not a high income population. It's a population that they have mostly low income. And we have to do a thorough educational program in order to let them know what the consequences are. Because even now with the collection of garbage, you see, still there is a lot of confusion, even though they received a notification that the days were changed and the recycling program will stop, etc., etc. There's confusion there. I don't want people to be either singled out or that or people that they are going to be fined at a level that they cannot pay, and the consequences have to be they have to be identified. What are the consequences? If you don't pay, what's going to happen to you? You see.
It's been properly moved and seconded, I believe.
I have a question.
Is it, Senator, you recognize?
Thank you, Chairman. our city attorney said that this is a paper system, and that kind of raises a concern. Is this system not going to be computerized?
Good question.
Mr. Manager,
It is not going to be computerized. We don't have a system for that right now. The reason why it's paper is in part because we've just created it really from scratch. It can eventually evolve into a computerized system, but quite honestly, this is intended to be a temporary process, not a permanent one or long-term one.
Yeah.
It's just intended to be imposed during the state of emergency. So I'm not sure we want to invest in electronic.
But wait a minute. So I'm sorry, city manager. But what will be, first of all, what's the difficulty in computerizing it? I mean, we're in 2020. What's the difficulty? So why would you have an escalated, repeat offender system in place that's $50, 150, or warning 50, 150, and then 500? If you can't even computerize it, because every time they would issue one of these tickets, if the paper ticket, it'll be $50 every time they issue one. How would they know?
Absolutely.
They can't look it up in a simple way on a phone, on a smartphone, and say, wait a minute, this person with this social security number or this driver's license number has already been fined. How would you know that?
No. That you will be able to do. What will happen is they'll manually write a ticket. That ticket will be logged into a computer system.
Okay, well, so computer.
And then the officer can cross-reference that system. What I mean is, like, I'm used to the parking world where we have a handheld that you actually enter in the information and it digitally prints a ticket. That's not what's going to happen here. It'll be a handwritten ticket.
Okay.
The system will have.
That's not what the city attorney said. That's why. Okay, that was confusing. So the code enforcement officer will know that that person has already been issued a citation.
Yes, they will be able to cross-reference the data. Correct.
Okay, and then I also remain concerned about Commissioner Reyes' concern. I have the same issue. There's no enforcement. There's no teeth to this. If the person doesn't pay, what happens?
there is teeth if you want there to be teeth. At the end of the day,
Of course you want. I mean, why would you have a penalty, a fine, if you don't have any teeth attached to it? Otherwise, people will know that they can just do it and they won't abide by the law if they know they can get away with it if there's no enforcement.
so if they own real or personal property in the city of Miami, we'll attach it to that, or in the county. At the end of the day, code enforcement is an in-rem process, and you can attach it to personal and property owned by the violator. So we will do our best to be able to attach it to property. So if they own property, we'll attach it to that. If they don't own property, which could be a percentage, we may not be able to properly collect if they decide not to pay, but I think it is a good
But Vicky, couldn't we send it to collections and do like a normal collection process and impact their credit?
we can, well, not necessarily.
Well, see, that creates,
credit.
that's the whole point here, right? That's a major point here, right?
Mhm.
It now creates all kinds of burdens for people. Now you're talking about liens, you're talking about collections, you're talking about things that really can
Credit
impact
rating.
people's lives for not wearing a mask. And again, as Commissioner Reyes very correctly pointed out, our city is a very poor city, my district in particular.
That's
There's a lot of poverty in it. And to me, to put people through this process of maybe having whatever little credit they have even further impacted, or a lien on their home and they don't know how to get rid of that lien, creates all kinds of burdens for these people that were, it just doesn't seem that the court enforcement mechanism is probably the best way to go about doing this. I don't know what that the better way would be, but it seems that still this hasn't been really well thought out. I know, again, we're acting on situations that have evolved in an increasing number of COVID cases, hospitalization the last couple of 5 or 6 days, and we're acting. I just want to make sure we're not knee-jerking this up and sort of not giving it the thoughtful process it deserves to make sure that we have all the right elements in place before you go on and say we're going to start fining people for not wearing masks. Besides the fact, the bigger concern that I have that I expressed to the manager earlier today, that there's so many different regulations throughout the county that people are confused. People don't know they come from unincorporated Dade, and because we know our mayor in Dade County doesn't want people to wear masks. So if they come into our city, they have to wear a mask. We're being cautious. We're protecting everybody's health. Like Commissioner Carollo said, some people don't care about the health of others. We have those people in our city. We have all kinds of people. And if our mayor, the county mayor, doesn't think that's necessary, and then those people that live in unincorporated, they come to the city of Miami, and they find that in the city of Miami we do care about people's health, then they can be fined. So it appears to me, I'm just thinking out loud here as I'm kind of expressing different points. it seems to me that it hasn't really been well thought out, and perhaps we should maybe give the manager a couple of days
Yes.
to think of a better way of doing this.
Well,
Without
Commissioner?
voting for the policy, I agree with the policy. I think we should be wearing masks. I think we should be mandating that
Yes.
our residents wear masks. We need to protect our citizens, our most vulnerable citizens. I'm particularly concerned again because a lot of these cases are occurring in the district that I represent. But I'm worried about all Miamians, and to me, we need to be clear in the message and the education process of what they can or cannot do. I spoke to the manager yesterday about, people gather around in a circle. Are they recreating? Are they exercising? Are they barbecuing? They don't have to wear a mask. We have some exceptions there. I think have been cleared up. But again, this confusion about what the rule is. After that, the confusion about what the rules are in other parts of the county, and the fact that a lot of these cities are right next to each other. People can very easily go from unincorporated Dade into Miami, and all of a sudden find themselves in violation and not wanting to, just simply their county mayor told them that it was okay to walk around and do what they want to do.
And other cities, and I'm sorry to interrupt, other cities. You see, we live next to Coral Gables. Coral Gables is not imposing a mask. And you just crossed, from my home across 8th Street, and I'm Coral Gables, and nobody's wearing a mask.
Yeah.
And then they if they cross the 8th Street and come into my neighborhood, they will be fine, you see.
So if I may, just to clarify a couple things. So we have had multiple meetings. We've really vetted this extensively. We don't have a county process, that adjudication process that allows us to tap into. The state does not have a statute that allows us to do it. This was really the only option we have for any type of civil penalty. The only other option we have is arrest. So we did very well thought it out. Unfortunately, there is no county option, and there is nothing else available to us at the state level. So this is our only option for now, absent addressing it somehow in Tallahassee, and there won't be a session in time to really address this now. The other part of this, so that to create clarity, the city of Coral Gables does have a mask order, and it is a $50 fine. So there is consistency between what I intended to do or propose to what is happening in Coral Gables. The option here is not to pass this, and then the only available option to our law enforcement, to our police, is to issue them a warning and or arrest. So that they'll
I'm all for
more
passing.
limited. And that's,
Or we can give them a mask.
well,
Okay,
give them a mask. Yeah, but remember that giving them the mask, it doesn't solve the problem. And that's one of the things we've seen. You can give them a mask, and they literally would take it and put it in their pocket and walk away and not wear it.
Well, the chairman said it in jest, but is there? Have you thought about perhaps doing that anyway? If you see people that are not wearing a mask and they're out in public, and we're getting masks or looking to get masks donated from the state, that these code enforcement officers have a pack of masks in their car and say, hey, by the way, if you don't have a mask here, wear the mask, and at least force them to comply
Absolutely.
on the spot.
That's what I mentioned earlier, Commissioner, is that we have, the intent is to distribute these to our public safety employees, to do mass distributions of them, to have them available in NETA. We're going to create a number of different platforms by which we're able to distribute those. We're going to have a specific supply available to code enforcement and to police, so that when they approach somebody who does not have a mask, the first option is, hey, here's a mask, please put it on. Or they may have it on them and just not be wearing it, right? So that's the other. But it's initially to educate. Then if they don't non-compliant, to issue them a warning, and they've continued to be non-compliant, then that's when we start the process of a fine being issued. But the idea is to step it up, right? But be reasonable and educate people. Hey, please put your mask on. Be considerate of the order. And then if they just continue to ignore that request, then it steps up beyond that.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam City Attorney?
I just wanted to tell the commission this could be as onerous or as lighthearted as you wish. If you don't want there to be a collections process, because this has to do with emergencies and emergency orders and it is temporary, there doesn't have to be a collections process. If you wanted to have a collections process and more teeth, it can. If you want it escalating, obviously that was a suggestion, it can be. So this process can be what you want it to be, but it is definitely better than arrest.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
from my point of view, I wouldn't want this to be sent to any collections agency if somebody doesn't pay a $50 fine. I wouldn't want to lean on somebody's home. I
We don't
wouldn't
have-
want that kind of heavy-handed approach, especially, the lien is maybe a little bit different, but the collections process could ruin somebody's credit for, $50 fine. I wouldn't want that from my viewpoint.
I
So
agree
I
with
don't
you.
know how the rest of the commission feels about
yeah.
it, but I wouldn't want it.
I
And we
agree
don't
with
have
you.
to. You set the policy. You just tell us how you want it.
The city attorney said it could be lighthearted. Now that you said that, then I could become creative. It's obvious that to have staggered fine amounts, if people keep violating it, it's not going to work because there's no way that anybody out there could know if they're a first-time offender or not. So what I presented just can't work because we don't have it computerized. So we could either...
The manager said, remember, this happened really fast. So in the first meeting, we were at paper. They already said that they're computerizing it. So he says that he will be able to know first offense, second offense.
Sure. Well, that's unless I see that it's guaranteed, from what I've heard so far, it's not going to happen. So we either give warnings, give a $50, or all those who want to keep on violating time and time again. You said lighthearted. Well, we could probably get cruise ships cheap enough now that we could put all these people who want to get sick all in one place and maybe send them to a nice cruise to the Bermuda Triangle where they could all be sick together away from us and not get the rest of us sick. I don't know. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have to start laying out rules for people to follow if we're going to protect our community.
I do agree with you.
The bottom line is that 99% of the people are going to follow rules. Now, you might have some people that can forget, to put the mask one time or another. Those are the people, if you say something to them, they'll immediately run and get a mask and be apologetic. That could happen to any of us. We could have a lot on our mind and we forget to put it on if we get out somewhere from our vehicles. What we're talking about is maybe a 1% or a fraction of 1% that doesn't care. And they're going to tell you F-U-C-K to your face, and they're not going to put it on. And that's where I was heading. Those are the people that are spreading it all over the place. So,
Well, could it be, Commissioner, and I do understand, and also, Mr. Manager, the Coral Gables, they have, according to you, they have this requirement to wear masks, or they will get a $50 fine. Well, I strongly recommend that they go by Granada golf courses, and then the people walk around there. And there's a lot of cyclists around there, or going to Prado. The people walk around there, including me. We all walk around there because, people cycling around there. They've been 4 or 5 without any mask. And I would tell you that probably 90% of people, they're not wearing masks while they are exercising. So they are not enforcing it. But now, if we want to go and be strict, I would say, okay, let's go and give them a warning. Give them a $50 fine, and if you do it again, we arrest you. And you can beat the charge, but you cannot beat the right. You let them know, listen, if I catch you again, you're going to be arrested. You see, I think that will be more effective than being escalating 150, 200, because if I know that I don't have to pay it, if I know that, what are they going to do to me? You see, I'm not going to wear it. And give me $2,000 fine. What are you going to do? You going to lean my dog, or what are you going to do? You see, and I wouldn't care now. But if you know that probably if we give you like 3 strikes or you're out, maybe that will be more effective. You see, I I think that would be more effective. 3 or 4 out strikes you out, you know. But by increasing it to $500,000, $600,000, unless there are consequences, there are consequences, then we are not going to be doing much. And also, as Commissioner Diaz-Portilla said, I don't want anybody's credit be destroyed because of or affected because of $100 fine or a $50 fine, and because maybe they forgot the mask, or maybe they I don't know. And if they have a mask and a police officer or a code enforcement officer say, "Hey, wear your mask," and people will comply. And they're doing it in stores. You see, you go to any store, for example, you go to Home Depot, and then there are some people that they are coming in, and then they have the mask maybe half way with all the nose out, and no, they don't have the mask on, and they tell them, wear your mask. People are complying. You see, the things that we have to be on top of them. Okay, and now that there are going to be consequences, yes, there have to be consequences. But listen, man, I know we have to decide how hard the consequences are.
So if I may, actually, Commissioner Reyes circled back to the original intent, which was warn them, fine them, and then if they continue to be non-compliant, we had the option to arrest. If we
That's it. That's it.
I think it's a last resort, but
Yes.
that was sort of the original intent with what we had proposed.
Well, I'm more in favor of that, and then to that going up to $1,000, unless we had a means of collecting it.
But I want to be crystal clear.
He didn't say 1,000.
We're not going to touch their credit.
Okay.
Also, listen, there's 2 ways that you can make an arrest, right? You can physically arrest a person and transport them to Dade County Jail, or you can issue a promise to appear, which is a
Oh,
paper.
that's
And so the question is, should this policy be where you're issuing them a promise to appear, which is effectively an arrest, but you don't put them through having to be booked and fingerprinted and strip search and put in jail and posting a bond in order to get out? Like, what is it that you all want to do?
I'd rather have a promise to appear, because that way you're scaring the hell out of them. I mean, because if somebody comes to me, a police officer, says you have to be in court, you have to appear that day, you know that is an offense, that if you don't appear, then you have an arrest warrant, I guess.
A promise to appear is an arrest. You have a criminal record.
That's what I said. But arrest, you're saying that.
I'm saying,
but at the very, very end, the statement was that you could make an arrest if someone continues to violate. And so it's always the question whether or not you're arresting someone for a mask violation, whether or not that's something that's worth actually taking that person into custody. They're going to get out. They may get released on their own recognizance. They'll be out in no time. So that ride that you described is true. They won't beat that, but they're certainly going to get out, and they're going to have to face the same consequences. My thought is that I wouldn't want someone to have to necessarily go through a physical arrest rather than the promise to appear. If worse
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, where are we procedurally now? Is there a motion on the floor?
There is a motion, yes.
And that motion is Commissioner Carollo's motion for the escalated fine
No.
system?
No, it's a
Never
motion.
mind.
It's a motion to approve it as it is.
That is correct.
As it is. Is there an amendment on the floor then?
No.
And so,
So I want to propose an amendment
thank you, sir.
that basically it's Commissioner Carollo's amendment that it's an escalated. And now take into account, before I do the amendment, let me just clarify what our city manager said, that it will be computerized, or we will know when the person has been issued a ticket, a warning, and then a ticket, and then a second ticket, correct? And it's up to $500 according to Commissioner Carollo's suggestion, correct? Mr. Manager?
that all can be
No,
done.
Mr. Manager,
without
Mr. Manager. He said that there will be a sorry, Vicky, let me speak
But
to the
let's-
manager first, and I'll get to you in a minute.
For
No worries.
clarity, let's be clear what the step up is. It's warning, $50, $150, $500.
That's the scale, okay. And that's computerized, and you can, when
There'll be a
they'll know.
database, correct.
Okay, so it's database, so right, people will be able to know, the officer, the code enforcement officer does it, there'll be no, if you don't pay it, There's no reporting to the credit agency, no lien or anything like that, right? This is, I'm talking out about what my motion is going to be, my amendment.
Correct.
Okay, talking through it. So that will be my amendment then. Commissioner Carollo's idea of a warning 50, 150, 500. No collection agency, no lien, no paper arrest, because that is a criminal arrest. It's a civil citation, correct, Ms. Mendez? So, and that will be my amendment. That's the way we'll proceed. That's what I recommend that we do.
With the understanding, Commissioner, with the understanding that we really don't, we'll issue the fine, but ultimately the only really substantial way to enforce that will be an arrest.
That's right.
The substantial way to, eventually.
Eventually, because
That's
I mean,
what
they're clearly not going to pay the $100, $50 or $500 fine, because we don't have any way to enforce them based on the motion you put.
In what way would you recommend, what would you add to that amendment to be able to enforce it without doing the collection agency, without doing the paper arrest, without doing the lien on the property?
Is the arrest part, which is why my thought was from the beginning is don't go through that second and third fee uptick, just move directly to the option to arrest. That's the real enforcement.
But that's not my amendment. That's not the amendment.
No, it's not your amendment. That's what I'm saying. There isn't any other option. We don't have.
Is there a notification process that you can put in place that would tell them that you're going to send it to a collection agency, or that you're going to put a lien, or is there a process that you would put in place that would warn them or scare them, to say, for lack of a better word, into complying and into paying?
You're required to, yes.
Okay. Could that be a repeat notification, so it's not an immediate sending to a collection agency, something of that nature?
Typically a timeliness. If you don't pay within 30 days or 45 days, then you get a notice that you will actually be sent to collection.
May I, Mr.
That's how it typically works.
Mr. Manager, what was the idea that you had in order to enforce this? How were you?
That's what I was asking.
That's right. What was what procedure did you was the one that you had in your mind when you were doing this?
Exactly what I proposed. Warning, $50, and then if they don't pay the $50 fine and they're caught again, then they could be subject to arrest. That was the thought.
Okay, there you have
That
it.
seems a bit draconian to me. I mean, can you think it over again and maybe come up with something that's a little bit less
that's the problem.
police state like?
I'm not. This isn't a regular card game here. I got like literally 3 cards to play 5-card. A 5-card game. So I don't have a lot of options available. That's a problem. My legal remedies are limited. That's the problem we have with this. But the issue is we have a health safety concern, right? And we have an emergency. So we're trying to address it within the parameters available to us. It's as simple as that. We all are extremely concerned with the numbers and want to address it. We understand that wearing a mask is critical to that. We also understand that there are people that literally have no regard for it and no regard for their neighbor and the impact that has. So the only way to ensure compliance is in some way, shape, or form, you have to have a heavy hand. But you do that 2 or 3 steps into it. You don't do that from the beginning.
So the heavy hand could be a 3 times you're out kind of thing. So the heavy hand could be a 3 strikes and you're out approach, which for lack of a better term, I know that's not a very popular term these days, but for 3 violations, and then you get arrested.
You get caught the third
including
time.
the warning. So warning 1, 2, and then you get the third one. You're arrested.
By the third time, maybe that's
by the third time you'll be arrested. That will be my amendment. That long convoluted way I just did it right now. We just went back and forth. So Vic, it's your job to put all that together.
Is that your amendment?
Tell me what I said. This succinct way, not in a convoluted way, the way I did it, and then we can maybe do my amendment.
Have an understanding. Are we saying that we're going to issue a promise to appear as the arrest? Can we make that? Are we making that a part of the policy? Or
yes.
Great. Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I just may clarify something, this ordinance is for any violation under the emergency order. So I just wanted to also note that it also says that the amount shall be set forth by the city manager. So he can issue a separate memo with
Okay.
all these things that you are advising him to do. And that will be the policy, the warning, the, $50, the sliding scale, etc., up to $500 if you want to change this amount from $250 to $500. And you can leave this as is and then do a separate resolution if you want, telling the manager exactly what you want to do for masks, because remember, this encompasses more than just masks. This allows for civil citations for other things that right now we're not thinking of.
Such
So
as?
like
Such as?
any of our orders that we presently have in place, it could be a code
Could be a
enforcement
violation of-
violation.
Yeah,
But not social distancing, right?
Yeah.
Arguably.
This would apply to social distancing also?
Potentially, yes. That's why it's a generic item. And
Okay, well,
then,
see, now you've opened up a whole new can of worms. That's a
Absolutely.
different conversation.
right.
Because now you're talking about whether people are 5 feet apart or 4 feet apart or 6 feet apart. Now you're talking about a certain amount of arbitrariness that a police officer can have that I wouldn't want. Give
but
that
Senator,
police officer that.
Senator, I will
arbitrary.
tell you that police officers have the ultimate arbitrariness, if you will. And then
Of course.
the police,
but
the police already have.
Right. What this does,
Or discretion. Let's call it discretion.
yes, and what this does is
Tiene
this
un poco café.
provides some parameters to all of our emergency ordinances. And so in the past, without this, or currently without this, that the only way that we can enforce is with an arrest. And so what we're saying is, instead of making an arrest for violating your curfew, instead of making an arrest for violating the social distancing, instead of making an arrest for not wearing a mask, that policy hasn't been established yet, but it will be, I'm assuming. You can do these things. So I think it's good policy. It's
I agree.
public policy. And so it needs to be put in place. Everything besides that is going to be up to the manager and his emergency orders as far as what is decided upon for our residents to follow.
I agree with you, Chairman. But let me just ask one more question for clarity.
Yes.
Mr. Manager, tell us what are all those things of the public, the people that are watching us and the people that will be reading about this discussion tomorrow or later on today in the paper and social media. What are those things that people can be fined for and eventually paper arrested for? Social distancing, masks. What are the different things
Price
that are your?
gouging.
Hold on,
Price gouging.
Vicky. I know you're excited today, but I'm asking our city manager.
For
So, and
purposes,
then we'll get to the legal part. We'll get to you. But right now we're doing the policy part.
for
So let me
purposes
talk
of the policy directive, this will only address now the wearing of masks.
Okay.
There will be no other enforcement, any other provision of the emergency order. This is solely to address masks, and there will be a memo to specifically speak.
But
to
Mr.
that.
Chair, but that's not what was told to me right now by our chairman and by our city attorney. So that's why I want one
No,
voice
no.
here in from
So
the
let
administration.
me clarify it for the city attorney. This
Okay.
order gives you the flexibility to be able to find somebody, right, for violating any emergency order. That's what this does. This sets the parameters. This is what I mentioned before was enabling legislation. That's all this is. Ultimately, there is a policy that has to come with that. And what I'm telling you is that the policy directive will only address you not violating a mask order, which, by the way, hasn't even been issued yet, right? But it will be to violate a mask order, and there will be a policy associated with that specifically decides the course of action, which will
be this policy that we're outlining here today, we're discussing right now. But you won't have the discretion, Mr. Manager, to expand that to include other areas until you come back to us and you say, well, now we're going to do it for social distancing because people are gathering at the beach and they're all over each other. Or
I will commit to you now that I won't come back to you for any other aspect of the emergency order without getting specific instruction from the commission.
In other words, what you're committing is that you will not expand this beyond wearing a mask without coming to us.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Mr. Manager, I just have a concern for our employees because now we will be tasking them with approaching people who are not wearing masks, who may be upset that they're being approached or fined for this, and they may be yelling in a close proximity. So please make sure that our staff is very well protected and has good protocol.
Duly noted.
So that's my amendment, or we don't need an amendment. I guess we already issued a directive to.
That's right. We
Justice
said
Commission.
directed given to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We can move on now, right? I think.
I
So
hope so.
everybody understands though that as it stands right now, the only thing you could do is arrest if you don't pass this, right?
Vicky, we're getting ready to pass it.
We're ready to pass it.
We're either issuing a directive or we're passing something, but I think it's been clear what we're doing here. We already issued the parameters. I think every commissioner has given his opinion. We all agree, I think, that what we want to do, Vicky. So we're already aware what the sliding scale, the warning, the 50, the 150, the 500, paper arrest after the 3 strikes you're out. It only applies to masks. So we all know what we're doing, I think. Right, and I'm pretty clear, at least as to what, and of course, Commissioner Rosa's suggestion was a very good one, that our workers be protected and be guaranteed, and also handing out masks to people who are not wearing masks. We discussed all that. I guess that's kind of like directive, amendment, motion, whatever you want to call it, whatever way we need to do it. Let's just do it and move on. Because I'm beginning to get this feeling that I'm back to my first meeting as a city commissioner. That it went very, very long, and I thought we were moving in the right direction and making these meetings a little bit shorter. But darn, here we are again.
This is
We have all the PC items right ahead of us. And our new manager committed to making these meetings very short too. So I think we should all work together to shorten the meetings and get home in time so Commissioner Russell can celebrate his birthday and have a nice dinner with his wife and children, because it is his birthday. Let's keep that in mind.
Is there any further discussion then on this matter, on EO1, the ordinance, emergency ordinance?
Are you amending it to up to 500 then, or is it
Yes,
going
it
to?
Yes, ma'am.
You are.
So what is the amendment that we're doing?
It's not an amendment. I thought that we gave him a directive. We are passing it the way it is, and then we give him a directive.
The only amendment to this item is going to be that it's 500 up to $500.
Up to $500. Well, that's fine with me.
Right.
Up to
And
500.
then the manager,
The way that it is going to be implemented, it is what we discussed before.
right? The manager will, for the masks, the manager will set out a memo explaining the fines, and then in the future, if he wishes to expand this to any other item,
We'll have to come back.
he'll have to come back
Okay.
based on the directive.
But also, without the amendment about the promise to appear, they have the ability to make a physical arrest and book.
Right, you're not giving, the only options you have are arrest, other than the masks, based on your directive right now. That's what I wanted to make clear.
No, I get that part, but even with the mask, right now the police officers, they already have the discretion to do a promise to appear or make a physical arrest. What I'm saying is, are we able to limit it to the promise to appear?
In the event that the person is a habitual offender.
Correct.
That can be part of the manager's,
And Mr. Chair, I'll absolutely include that as part of the policy.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All against?
as amended.
It passes. You need to read it again for a second time.
I have to read it again. Thank you. An emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, amending Chapter 37 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Offenses Miscellaneous, more particularly by adding new Section 37-15 titled Enforcement of Emergency Orders of the City of Miami, Florida, penalties to provide for enforcement by the city for violations of emergency orders issued by the City of Miami, Florida, through the civil citation process pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 10 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, providing for penalties and providing for an immediate effective date as amended.
Mr. Papier, you have a question?
Mr. Chair, am I speaking?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Sir, I just believe there may be an issue with Florida state law that there are certain conditions that we may not issue a will appear. So we may need to check the Florida statute because there are conditions.
Certainly there are conditions, and make sure, Mr. Manager, make sure you check it before you put in your policy. You're absolutely right. There are situations in which you must make a physical arrest.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Chair, I need a motion.
Oh, we need another motion.
Moved.
It's been properly moved by the senator, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. What I'll do right now then is address pocket item number 3, which is the mayor's item urging the United States for Juneteenth as a holiday.
I'd like to co-sponsor. I already sent that in, but I don't know if it got noted.
So it just in this, Madam City Attorney, and whoever makes the motion on this item, I wanted it to be clear in here because there are moments in which this describes people as slaves, but they were held as slaves. So in the item where it talks about people who were held as slaves, make sure just that it spells it out. Like for instance, in the first whereas clause, it does properly read that Emancipation Proclamation declared that all persons held as slaves were going to be free. But as you read through it, there are other times where it describes that slaves were freed. And so I like to think that people of color, Black people were people, they were persons, and they were held as slaves. They were never slaves. They were not born in as a category of a slave. You were held as a slave.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion and accept the amendment.
We'll edit it, Chairman.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All against? That motion carries. Commissioner Carollo, we have your pocket item number 2, which is to create another voting place.
Chairman,
Yeah.
this one has an amendment. It inappropriately, by mistake, our office put the wrong branch library. So it's supposed to be the Hispanic branch library and, take out the or, the West Flagler branch library, which is at 5050 West Flagler. So it's not the Shenandoah branch library, it's Hispanic branch library and, take out the or, the West Flagler branch library. That's an edit that needs to be made.
Mr. Chair,
Carollo, do you move that item?
I move it.
Been properly moved by
and
the
I will
senator,
second.
seconded by Commissioner Reyes. You recognize Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, I would like Commissioner Carollo, if it is possible, be amended that we include also the West Flagler Library, the one that is on that serves all the area of Flagami, and which is on I think it's 50.
That's the one that's
50.
included. That's the one he's talking about.
That's the one that you call the
Yes, sir.
Hispanic.
No, there's
No,
Hispanic branch library and West Flagler library.
Hispanic
5050
branch.
West Flagler.
No, Florida, because it's in here. It says Florida Shenandoah Branch Library.
Yeah, she changed, it's been changed. So it's,
Well, then we have to change the address also.
Yes.
And Shenandoah has always been included. I don't know if it is included or not, but I know in every single election, the Shenandoah, which is on 2111 Southwest 19th Street, that has always been an early voting. Yes, it's always been a place for early voting, and what I want to make sure is that the one on West Flagler is included.
Well, the only thing, Commissioner, here that we wanted to present 2 locations that would be spread out enough so that we could get it accomplished.
Yep.
That was the reasoning behind this. I mean, I would love to have a 3rd, even a 4th, but by having one that is in Little Havana, right close to Alapata, and then having one in Flagami would really cover everything pretty well in the Hispanic precincts of our 3 districts. That what's amazing though is that none were included, none whatsoever.
It is true. It is true. It is true, and I really hope that they are including also the Shenandoah one because there's a lot of Hispanics around that area too.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
So we have the amendment that was made.
Correct. It's been properly moved in second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries.
Thank you.
The last pocket item that we have is pocket item number 1, which is Commissioner Reyes' pocket item regarding
Yes.
Mary Park.
Yes, and this pocket item, what I'm doing is I am trying to follow the process. The process has been, and as we checked it out, that before we don't go for any change, zoning change, until we have a contract or a lease, and all the economics has been decided. In this case, what we're doing is, and besides that, I want to know why we're doing going for a SAP or a zoning change when we don't have a contract. We don't have any leases, and we have not agreed on anything. And as I understand, Vicky, this is the city of Miami going by themselves. We're doing it ourselves.
So the original application was as co-applicants. It was brought to our attention that we had recently changed our code. So the appropriate way would be that the city has to be the applicant, no co-applicant status. It would have to be the city.
Don't we lose fees if we are going ourselves?
I will defer to Francisco Garcia, but my understanding is yes, that when the city is the applicant, the sole applicant, we do not pay fees.
We don't pay fees, and that's another thing. We're losing fees, and we are placing the cart before the horses, because we are going for an application, and I have historical. We have not done this, and Grove Bay didn't happen. Until after at least a contract was done. Marlins Park followed the process. Flagstone, Jungle Island, Museum Park, all of them, the zoning change didn't occur until after the city had stated all the conditions and has have been clarified what will be the economic benefit for the city and what were the conditions of the contract. In this case, now we're going to change. And how about if this falls down goes down the drain, and then we have a land there that has been already the zoning has been changed. I don't see why we should do this. You see, and this is that's why I'm going to say, and I have this resolution that I think the less wait. It's not that which way I'm going to vote or anybody's going to vote. Let's follow the process. The same process that had been followed before, I think, is the one that we have. We don't have to give special treatment to anybody that comes before the city of Miami because it is a trillionaire or whatever it is, or to have a major mammoth project that we are going to bend over backward. You see, there is a process, and that process should be followed. That has been my complaint since day one, and that's why I brought this. This doesn't interfere with negotiations. It does not interfere with the final product will be. I mean, if we are going to accept the contract or not, it doesn't interfere in anything. The only thing that it says, let's follow the process. And let's not go into a zoning change until we have a contract in place. That is my.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
So just to allay the commissioner's concern a bit, and I say a bit because it may not totally satisfy his concern, but the intent was to begin the process for the SAP and allow for that process to move ahead, but with the full understanding that it will not come to the city commission, right, ahead of the lease agreement. In other words, they will come together so that you won't be approving a zoning change without approving the actual lease. So the one does not come ahead of the other. That was the intent.
And the thing is this: we are acting like as a fait accompli that we have a program, a contract, and we have ironed everything, all the different conditions, and accepted all the whatever they are offering. And now we're going to do it. We are doing a zoning change because that is going to happen. You see, I don't think that should be done. It hasn't been done before. I don't think that it is good policy to get away from the process. And we did that before when we started it. We did get away from the process, and that was my main concern about it. And now we're going to do it again. And what I mean, my concern is that it hasn't been done before, that we shouldn't start doing it, and we shouldn't set precedents like that. I mean, that's my only concern. I mean, I'm just placing it as a resolution, and if I get a second, I'm going to move it. If I've got a second, it will pass. If not, and let me ask you, what is the amount of fees that we are losing, Mr. Manager?
Oh, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'd have to refer to either Francisco or somebody in finance to answer
Could you
that.
please do that?
Sure, we can. We'll get that for you.
Mr. Chairman.
You recognize, Vice Chairman.
I don't have a problem with a conditional process happening that simply doesn't come to us or can't be passed until a lease is in place. But I can assure you this, it's not a fait accompli. I'm okay with a process of zoning, but that process isn't coming to us at this point. And I can tell you right now, 20 acres is not enough. And that's what's being applied for in terms of replacing the green space that's there right now. I understand that there's a legal reasoning that they have within activating 20 or 25% of that CS green space as commercial. They can legally do that, but that doesn't replace the lost green space that is there right now. So I'm okay with a process moving forward, but I'm being on the record right now where I am with that zoning replacement of the green space. So I wouldn't say that this is, as I read, Art had said, this is we're not quite close or there yet. So I don't see a need for this resolution at this time.
Okay, my question hasn't been answered yet. How much fees are we losing? What is the economic impact of this by being us the ones that are asking for this zoning change?
We are, Francisco Garcia, Planning Director. We are conducting that research presently. I will be back with an answer promptly.
Okay. And we are not receiving any fees.
We are not in the habit of charging the city for applications now.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Have they paid for any fees for this? Mr. Casamayor, is it Mr. Casamayor on there? Is Mr. Casamayor, have we received any money for this application? I just want to know.
No, sir, we have not. I can answer that question.
Well, I can tell you, I'm going to take your word for it, because I was informed otherwise. I was informed that it is during a briefing that it was paid by the applicants. You see that they pay the fees, and we are taking over. And that if that is the case, then we become co-applicants. And I want to make clear that we haven't received anything. And maybe you don't see the need for this, but I think that when we are so much into bringing about the idea or the argument of a process, that process have to be followed, and I don't think that we should be selective. We cannot be selective process followers. Either we follow processes or we don't follow the process. But there's selective uses of the rules and regulations. It is totally, it's unacceptable to me. You see, and that's what I'm bringing this.
So Commissioner Reyes has made a motion. Is there a second to his motion?
I wasn't expecting one. Okay. I wasn't expecting one. But my point is clear. My point is clear, and I want people to know that processes are followed when there are certain people. But when we get people that they are very influential and they have a lot of money to spread out and all of that, and then we bend back over backwards, you see, in order to accommodate them. And that's not the way that this government should be run. Because instead of it being these people, it would have been me or anybody that lives in Fragami, Alapara, or Little Havana. It wouldn't have gone like that. Let's move with the agenda.
I'll tell you that I haven't seen anything that suggests that the process is not necessarily being followed. I know that people can apply and go out and get feedback, etc.
We are applying. They are not applying. We are applying for them. We are applying. They are not applying, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman. We are doing the dirty work for them. We are doing it for them. Okay? They are not applying. We are doing it for them. Okay.
Sorry, motion fails for lack of second. So now we're going to move on to our first reading ordinances. Madam City Attorney, can you read FR2 into the record, please? Or FR1, it will be FR1 properly. The chapter 23, historic preservation.
Okay, this is, I move it.
FR1 was the transportation trust fund, so we did that
Right,
one.
no, but remember, that was supposed to be EM1.
That's right.
So then it means that FR2 under the FR agenda would be FR1, correct? But to be clear, it's the code amendment for chapter 23, historic preservation, so whatever that is.
FR2.
Chairman, the clerk is saying for purposes of our record and our agenda to please keep it as FR2.
Okay, FR2.
Okay.
Okay, I'll read it. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 23, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Historic Preservation, more specifically by amending Section 23-4, titled Designation of Historic Resources, Historic Districts, Multiple Property Designations, and Archaeological Sites and Zones, Section 23-6, titled Transfer of Development Rights and Density for Historic Resources, provision for density for historic resources, provision for a determination of eligibility process, and special provisions for resources within the Miami Modern Miami Biscayne Boulevard Historic District, prohibiting certain uses and establishing a 35-foot height limit, and Section 23-6.2, titled Certificates of Appropriateness, to provide that proposals for designation made by Miami-Dade County Historic Preservation Board, the City Commission, the City of Miami's Historic and Environmental Preservation Board, the city's Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board, and any organization that has been a registered nonprofit corporation in the state of Florida for at least 5 years with a recognized interest in historic preservation will require a supermajority vote to modify the time to appeal decisions regarding historic designations to the City Commission to 60 days, to modify the timing of notice, to provide that notification to owners of properties designated historic will clearly advise the owners of their right to appeal to the City Commission, to provide timing for scheduling appeals, to require additional notice of public hearings for special certificates of appropriateness, to provide updates containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
I move it.
So probably moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by, is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
You recognize.
I wouldn't be in favor of this as it is for a couple reasons. And our city's so young and we're losing our history, you know, it's such a fast pace that when it comes time to really look back on what is Miami and where did we come from, all of the structures that tell our story may be gone. I understand where this comes from. The burden of the appeals process and those who have been designated against their will is something I recognize, and I've learned a lot from this dais and from our residents and what they've gone through. I would be very much in favor of making it easier to appeal, removing financial and time burdens, and simplifying that process, and strengthening the appellant's case. But I don't think we should be weakening our ability to at least designate historic properties. Furthermore, I believe procedurally there's an issue with the legislation in that it's applying a supermajority requirement threshold onto other bodies that may not have that threshold to make a positive vote. For example, someone who is voting in their independent body to send a recommendation to us or to recommend that, they may say it passes on a simple majority, and they may have folks may vote differently if they needed to reach a supermajority, but we're imposing on them that they need to come to a supermajority even to get it to us. And I think that's us imposing rules on other bodies that we don't necessarily have jurisdiction on. So I would ask the commission not to pass this as is. I'd love to take a look at the appeals process better and work with you to make that easier, but I don't want to weaken our historic preservation process.
We are not weakening. What we're making it is that really is historic, and everybody is. I mean, the majority of the people are in favor of it. And Francisco, you were in agreement with this. Could you explain why you were in agreement with this?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we've had an opportunity, we in the Planning Department and also the Preservation Office, to work with Commissioner Reyes' office and also with other stakeholders. And what I will note is that we feel this ordinance recognizes that historic preservation is often a contentious topic, and we believe that we are well served as a city in having an ordinance that allows for a more robust and thorough vetting process to designate any property as historic. We are certainly, and in this will respond to the City Commission's preference, as often stated, we're certainly in favor of expanding notices because the more our citizens know, the more they're able to participate. And lastly, as pertains to appeals, we often hear from many affected stakeholders that the appeal provisions are not sufficient. And so expanding those, I think, just make the process more transparent. And ultimately, when a designation is achieved, that designation will withstand appeal all the better and will result in a more consensualized process in the end. So again, as I've briefed all of you, we frankly think that it is a that we stand by it.
Francisco, isn't it true that now it applies to PSAP that recommends a supermajority?
The Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board has for certain items also a requirement for supermajority.
So this is nothing new. This is the only thing that will make it more robust. I mean, one thing that I don't want is to be declaring historic everything like us when I first got here. I mean, it was a miracle that I was not declared historic. I mean, everything was being declared historic. That's what I'm doing. Make it more like PSAP. You see that it requires supermajority. Yes,
Commissioner Godoy.
And this is first reading. I will second it.
It's properly moved and seconded for first reading. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against?
Sure.
The motion carries.
Folks, the vote.
The motion passed 4-1 with Commissioner Russell voting no.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Let's BU1, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Chris Rose, the Budget Director for the City of Miami. You all received the monthly budget report yesterday afternoon. In it, I'm sure you saw that the Office of Management and Budget is projecting a net end-of-year deficit of $25.8 million. That's a combination of the general fund and the internal service fund. This means that our reserves would decrease by that $25.8 million from the end-of-year balance as of September 30th, 2019, as reported in our most recent Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, the CAFR, which at that time was $199.9 million. The undesignated fund balance would drop from $69.1 million to $40.3 million, which would be below this coming threshold, the 10% of $77.6 million. And the designated fund balance would actually grow from 130.8 in the most recent CAFR to 133.8, which would still be above the 10% on that designated side of things. So it is expected that primarily due to COVID-19, our revenue drop this year will probably put us out of compliance with our financial integrity principles at the end of this coming year, at the end of this current year, and we will have to take steps next year to address that. So our revenues that we're looking at are $59.8 million lower than the high that we were projecting before COVID-19 came into effect and started changing these revenues and how they were coming in. Everything else is in the report that you all have received, and it will be up on the Budget Office's website by the end of the day today, and I'll be happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
Yes, sir. Chair, through the chair. I don't know if I heard right. You said that we're going to be out of financial integrity by the end of the year?
Yes, sir. This past year, we were in compliance on both sides, the designated and the non-designated, 10% and the 10%. This next year, we will remain in compliance on the restricted side. We will likely not be in compliance. If this projection holds exactly as it is today, we will not be in compliance on the unrestricted side, that 10%. We will not meet that at the end of this year, sir.
Well, do you have any, are you preparing some type of policies in order to either cut costs or bring more revenues?
There are a few more things that we are going to do between now and the end of the fiscal year. Our real hurdle that we're headed towards, and we are right in the middle of it right now, is preparing next year's budget based on lower revenues than we were seeing in the current year. In fact, I should have pointed out earlier, we have received information from the property appraiser. As of June 1st, we had the preliminary numbers, which were a roll growth of 6.5% of our overall property tax roll. We had been anticipating a 7%. So our property taxes are that bit lower than what we had anticipated. But all of our non-property tax revenues are the ones that are most affected by COVID-19. Those are the ones that we're concerned about both in the current year and next year.
Okay. Well, anything we can do, I know that, and I'm speaking for the rest of the commission and my fellow commissioners, I think we are all in the same boat and we are willing to do whatever we have to do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Boards and committees?
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. BC1 Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. The mayor would like to appoint Arthur Purasov as his alternate member on the board.
Is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against?
And Commissioner Correa does have an appointment to the Miami 21 Ad Hoc Task Force. He will be appointing Thorne Grafton to the board.
Move it.
Seconded by Commissioner Godoy. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Motion carries. That's all?
Yep.
Yes, okay. All right, now we're going to move on to our planning and zoning agenda because we've completed our morning agenda. You need a second, Mr. Clerk?
I second it.
No, just.
Oh, does he need a second? Do we need a second?
I said, who made it?
I said, was there a motion here?
I'm like, where's the motion?
He wants to move on. That's his motion.
Chair, we're good to go.
Okay. So we've already read into the record the planning and zoning part, or is Madam City Attorney need to read into the record now?
No, I would need to read them into the record now. So
It was read into the record.
which one? The PZs?
Yes. The
Okay.
procedure for PZ was read into the record.
Oh, the procedures, but not the titles. I thought you were asking the
No,
title.
I'm talking about the procedure. All right. So I think our first agenda item is PZ4. What is
Public storage.
I'm sorry. Yeah, PZ4. Can you read to the record PZ, the title for PZ4?
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended, more specifically by amending Article 6, Table 13, titled Supplemental Regulations, to add supplemental regulations for public storage facilities by requiring on-site bulk waste disposal, providing for allowance by warrant, design review, separation, distance requirements, and regulations within certain transit zones, and providing an exception in limited instances, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Commissioners, there was one of the speakers said that they thought that there could be a, I don't know, trademark infringement, I guess, by the use of public storage. I recommend that if we could change it maybe to self/public storage, and then that should cover it if you're so inclined. If not, we can.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't mind how you call it. You can call it whatever you want. But what I'm trying to do is, I know that our district's Commissioner Carollo, Diaz La Porcilla, and myself, we have tremendous amount of public storages. And they don't have, they don't have the way to keep the trash inside of the facilities, and then they don't have a bulk disposal containers, and that when people are moving and they are throwing away what they have in the storages, they come out and they place it next to the storage, and then we are the ones that are picking it up. We are the ones that is incurring the cost of pickup, and I don't think that is right, because they are not paying garbage fees. You see, they are not paying fees for the bulk trash that we are picking, that it was produced at their place. And the only thing that we want here is just place a container that's going to be a little bit bigger, and when somebody it is going to throw away whatever they have in those storages, they can place it on that container, and here comes the people that pick up your trash, and they will take them with them, and we don't have our streets litter, and we don't have to incur the cost of picking that trash. That's the only thing that we want.
Actually, commissioners, I don't think there's an issue necessarily, so we'll leave the legislation as it is.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize.
It's a question for the sponsor or for administration, because I do have concerns about something that was brought up, I guess it was in public comment, about how we could be holding one party responsible for another party's actions where they can't control that. And so
you're talking about, excuse me, sir, you're talking about when he mentioned Cuba, because that was very insulting to me that he said that we're the, okay, I'm not just want to know. I'm going to want
But I've also been lobbied on this issue by a few people who brought the point up that when garbage is dumped off-site without any way to prove that it came from that storage site, we'll be holding that storage site responsible. So
That's not the legislation.
Is that not how it works, or was that an
No.
exaggeration of the legislation?
No.
I mean, the legislation says that the facility may be liable for illegal dumping if proven that illegal
If
dumping.
proven, if proven, if
Specify a
it's
public
illegal.
storage facility within a 1 mile radius of the facility.
And they have cameras. You see, all of this buildings, they have cameras. They very well could prove that they wasn't theirs. You see, because now we have illegal dumping all over the city. And now that we were not picking up the trash every Wednesday, and I know the Commissioner Hardeman, maybe I mean, he was very concerned about that. So was I, that our city was being littered like it was. But this is, if it is proven that it came from their premises, then they will be fine. If not, there's no problem.
Okay, but that makes my point, and that's my concern, because just because it came from their premises means that one of their tenants took
Yes.
it, dumped illegally, not them.
Well,
So we're holding them responsible for what someone else does, right?
absolutely, absolutely. If you live in an apartment building, and if you live in an apartment building and you litter the street, and the fine is not going to be to the apartment to you, it's going to be towards the owner of the apartment building. You see, it's the same thing. And the thing is, if somebody comes out and throw it on the street, it's because they don't have a container that day, and that's what many people have said. You see, we don't have any place to place it, to put it. Okay.
You recognize, Senator.
Oh, thank you. I sort of share Commissioner Rosa's concern, because if they don't commit the act, and the person who's renting the facility commits the act within a mile of that particular facility, and we're holding the facility owner liable for something they did not do, that to me is sort of an unfairness issue that we're discussing here, because it had nothing to do with the illegal act or the violation. They just simply rented a facility to someone who may have committed an act. And then a mile away, they do something wrong, and then you're blaming the person that didn't have any participation in that wrongful act. And on the deep pocket theory here is that you obviously, if somebody's going to be held liable as a person or the entity that has the most resources, and to go after that entity is not the person that was renting the place. So to me, it's sort of a fairness issue. I think Commissioner Rosa is correct. You're holding someone liable for someone else's actions, and to me, that's an unfair practice, and so I would not be supporting this.
Well, let me ask you something. The distance could be negotiated and could be anything. I mean, it could be short, but anything that is in front of the and it been dumped in front of the building, and we can prove that it as was dumped in front of the building, they should pay for it. And well, it's the same thing that happens with your house. If you are, let's say that you renting a house, and a person comes and they dump in front of the house, in front of your house, they dump construction material, and here comes I would say an inspector. They will find the owner of the house. You see, they will find you. They won't find your tenant. They won't find your tenant, because you should tell your tenant when it gets there, don't you do that. If you do that, I'm going to be fined, and then I'm going to pass the fine to you. You see? And this is what I want. But the thing is, Commissioner, that in my district, we have so many of those storage facilities that the trash that is being dumped in the surroundings, it is tremendous. And who is picking that trash? That trash is being picked up by us, and we are the ones that pay for that, the pickup of that trash that was generated inside. If the tenants will say, okay, I'll take it with me, or here is this container. What really I mean, I don't know. I cannot understand is. It is just the size of the container that we are deciding. We are not deciding about hundreds of thousands of dollars. You see, it is just half a container that people can dump their trash there, that is originated within your premises, and have your the garbage hauler come and pick them up. Don't throw it in front of the street. You see, because we have, for example, in Calle Ocho, we have a bunch of them, and close to my house, where there's a bunch of them. Right here, we have very close to City Hall. I mean, on 25th or 26th, one that we have seen, and there was a camera that they captured tenants dumping trash over there. You see, that is the problem. The problem is how much. I mean, the difference between a container that is so many feet and a container that is a little bit bigger. You see, I bet you that if you divide that by the number of little storage units that they have, it will not cost that much. Okay, and that is the problem. I know that I have talked to them, and they have come here, and they most of them agree to what it was doing. You might have a couple of them, and according to Mr. Siquela, that he went off the board by saying that this is not Cuba. I mean, that's a lack of respect of all the suffering of the people in Cuba, and comparing this to a regime that incarcerates, shoots, and tortures. It is, it is insulting. You see, it is insulting. But the only thing that I'm trying to do is to keep our city clean. That's all I want. Just keep our city clean. That's all I want.
A public policy question: Should Publix, what is it called? It's called public storage facilities. Should they be responsible for the lack or the dumping of materials within a certain distance from their space, or do you think that having them have, or requiring them to have an actual container is good enough?
I think that we should start with that, having a large container, and then move instead of being having a distance of a mile or whatever. You see, have them about the immediate access to the storage building. You see, the public storage building. I mean, close to them, but what I don't want is that it is repetitious. You see, you pick it up today, you keep on picking it up tomorrow, and anytime that somebody moves and they have let's say an old mattress, you see, they come and they dump it in front of a couple of feet away.
I know what you mean by that, Commissioner, but I would think if the storage facility has a bin,
yes,
that is a size that can serve their customers, I would highly doubt that person would bypass that bin and dump on the swale.
Absolutely right. I agree with you.
So what I think a good compromise here would be striking the part that describes the distance of 1 mile radius of the facility, and then the rest of it then would stand, which basically says that you need to have this bin, and that and those people who are your customers will have to they would be using that bin to dump their things when they're moving.
I agree. I accept that, and I will have a little caveat. I mean, the only thing that I wanted, I would place, that they are responsible for that trash that been dumped, and the immediate, in front of, right immediate of
But I would imagine,
the building.
Say for instance, that's what I'm saying. If someone is going to dump, like if you dump in front of my home, and I make the phone call to 311, hey, someone dumped in front of my home, then 311 they're going to come pick up that trash. They're not going to charge me with it unless they go inside of it. They find that something in there belongs to me. They realize that you dumped it, right? If it is dumped and I don't make the call, typically they're going to try to address it to me, but then I have to explain to them that it is not my stuff. You saw it before I did. If I would have seen it, then I would have called you. You have to go along that kind of path. So essentially, in the way that you described it, if it's dumped in front of their property, there's going to be a question. I don't think any business owner wants any trash dumped outside of their property. You would not be a responsible public storage facility if you allow people to dump trash outside of your storage facility. You're going to call and say, hey, someone dumped this trash there. So I
do-
understand what you're saying, but I think that the resolution, the way that it's drafted by striking that 1 mile radius could be sufficient. And then if there's any problems, I think we should come back and readdress it. Let's give it.
Absolutely, I accept.
You muted yourself for a second.
You see, I want you guys to know that I am technologically challenged. You see, I am not a millennial.
With your finger.
Okay. I am not a millennial, and sometimes stick my finger where I shouldn't, and I cannot talk without moving my hands. So I agree with you. I accept that amendment. I accept it, and but we would require that they have a large enough bin that people, because the objective is for people, instead of dumping on the street, dump on their bin.
Yes, that's the
objective.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And I know you're trying to seek a Mr. Chairman, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, you're trying to seek a compromise here, but you're now putting a burden on these storage facilities to provide a bin that they have to pay for, or do you think that they're simply going to pass this on to their customers?
That's usually
That's usually how it works, right?
Yeah.
So what happens now, the people that depend on storage facilities being reasonable will now have to pay more to implement a policy mandated by government that says they have to have a bin, because not only having the bin there, it's also the removal of that bin and being taken away and all that, it's very expensive. So that storage facility owner, this is kind of the law of unintended consequences. I mean, I think the idea is a great idea. It's well intended, but sometimes the unintended consequence could be more damaging. If you have someone who wants to rent a space, a 10 by 10 foot space, that's now affordable to that person, and now you require that storage facility to have a bin and to remove that bin probably on a more than regular basis, because I'm sure that everyone, when they're emptying out their storage space, is going to go straight to that bin and dump everything they have there. So that thing will be full in the middle of the day. That's a reality of this. And then all of a sudden they have to have that hauled away, a new one replaced, and then that's an ongoing process. And they're going to pass that cost to that person renting that space. And then you make that space and the affordability of that space for a lot of people now all of a sudden becomes unaffordable. We have to be careful when we pass these kind of legislation.
Yes,
because you create something that may cost $29.99 or $129 a month or whatever. All of a sudden it becomes $160 or $170 a month, and the people can't afford it.
Sir.
And then that's kind of a problem. That's a reason why they dump it a block away, whatever, because they don't want it anymore and they have to dump it. So obviously holding this facility owner liable for what some illegal act the person commits is wrong. But now imposing on the storage facility owner an additional burden that they're not going to bear. We're not hurting them. We're hurting the people that are renting the space, because they'll pass on the cost. It's just not good public policy from my perspective. So I disagree with you, Commissioner. I mean, you're my friend, and friends disagree all the time. Husband and wives disagree all the time.
Hey, listen,
This
we're brothers.
we disagree.
We can disagree. but let me tell you this.
But I'll tell you why I disagree, because I think the law of unintended consequences really applies to this situation. We have a lot of people that have very little space in their homes and their apartments that they live on. Many low-income people don't have enough space. They rent smaller units, and multiple people live in the household, and they have to resort. They have no choice but to rent storage space for their valuables and their memories and their photo albums and things of that nature. They have no choice. That's already expensive as it is. It's very expensive to do that. And now you're imposing an additional burden on them because it's going to be passed on to them. And that's a reality. That's the result of this policy if we enact.
So
well, let me answer that. I disagree with you. Low income people, they don't have they don't rent a storage space because they don't have enough property to rent it. That's not it. But there's the example that you're placing is the same thing as an apartment building. I mean, we make responsibility of the garbage of that apartment building follows into the management. And if you, I just want to know, I know that there are consequences. I am an economist. I know that the cost is going to be passed on. But what I want to know is if the additional cost, when you divide the additional cost into the number of units that they have, that is going to increase substantially from $120 to $40 a month, because then we will not be renting a small bin. They are renting the bin, the truck, and the La Madre Automatic. Okay, that's what's going to happen. You see, I think that the additional, they have a bin already.
For Commissioner Hardeman, La Madre de los Tomates is the whole shebang. Basically, just to translate to you, it's kind of the whole shebang. That's La Madre de los Tomates. So you know, Commissioner.
No, thank you for the
Commissioner
translation.
Russell understands it.
He does. I know he does. He heard that in Venezuela. But what I'm saying is, they have a bin already, Commissioner. They do. The only thing that I want them is to make it bigger. You see, make it in a way, and somebody has to be liable for cleanliness of our city. You see, it is not that we are. Let me tell you, at the top of my mind, I started thinking of people that they have rented space in those public storage units, and none of them is low income. None of them.
I disagree with that.
Okay, none of them is low income. Now, granted, there are some people that they have businesses, you see, and they use those as storage. That is true. But what we want is just have a large bin that please keep our street clean. And if not, why should we pay? They are a business. What should we pay? We pay the garbage collection of the street garbage collection from somebody that is making that their business is it's the one that is producing it. You see, I mean, that's the only thing that I want. I want to keep. If you have a better idea of having or keeping our street, I don't. I mean, I mean, I'm open.
I don't have a better idea, but at this point, but I do think that the storage facility is not the one that's producing that garbage. It's the person renting that storage facility. It's a person illegally disposing of those goods or those things in different parts of the city. So it's not, you're basically holding someone responsible for someone else's actions. So
but you do that when you have, you do that when you hold responsible an apartment building that has tenants.
I know
that they produce garbage. You holding them responsible.
But two wrongs don't make a right.
No, it doesn't make a right. No, that's the way it is.
But that doesn't matter. That's the way it is. And two wrongs don't make a right. And to hold people responsible for irresponsible people's actions is not the right way to do things, I think, and much less a mile away.
Well, could you please could you please enlighten me and say, I mean, how are we going to do? I mean, shall we do away with garbage collection in the apartment buildings, because it is not produced by the owner. The owner is the one that is pay for the garbage collection. Then they are responsible for all the garbage that is produced by the tenants. You see, and then what are we going to do? It's not that it's two wrongs. That's the way it is. You have a business. You're responsible for all the building. All the services that that building requires.
So if I may, Mr. Reyes, I would agree with you. If there was an apartment complex, for instance, and they had a certain size bin, and the bin was too small, and every time you went, and I actually, matter of fact, I can tell you exactly what has happened. This happens, and it used to happen quite often at Liberty Square, right? At Liberty Square, our office took decisive action to demand that Miami-Dade County Housing provide larger bins and more frequent pickups to Liberty Square. Why? Because frequently what you saw was that the bins were over capacity. And when they were over capacity, people who had no choice but to put the trash that they had next to the bin on the ground. And so when you drive through the neighborhood, it was unsightly because all of the trash was everywhere on the ground. And the reason that the trash was everywhere on the ground was not because, well, it was because the frequency of the pickups were too spaced out. Right, and so you didn't have enough frequency, and when you don't have enough frequency, you have trash that ends up everywhere. And so what they ended up doing was increasing the frequency, which eradicated the problem of trash being thrown on the ground because the garbage was too full. The residents would typically, if the garbage was not full, they will put the trash in the garbage, like decent people would. But you leave yourself to a situation where people don't have the choice, and then they make decisions that are deleterious to the community. And so in this case, right, if you look at the apartment complex as a business, the business will be cited if the conditions caused by that business are deleterious to the community. And so in this category, I'm looking at it, I'm saying we've stricken the part that says that they're responsible for the 1 mile radius. I can understand why that's a problem, right? Because you're assuming that you're attributing the bulk trash to that place. And that's not necessarily true. So, but we strike that. And so the last part that we have to question is whether or not it is good public policy to require a place that usually has bulk storage to have a bulk trash disposal. What do the people do when they're moving out, or they're evicted, or their space is sold because of non-payment? What do they do with that bulk trash? I would assume the business, if the person was removed from the space because of not paying, they would dispose of the property after maybe having to sell, and that sale didn't sell all the things. I would assume they would dispose of it responsibly. But if a person, for instance, just grabbed their stuff, so okay, I'm moving out of this place, I'm going to grab my things, and I decide that I don't want something, is that person more likely than not to try to illegally dump it in the community? I think that I can see that happening. That someone decides, hey, I've been paying $50 a month, I don't want this stuff anymore, and so I'm just going to dump it when I get out of this facility. And if that is true, then is it too much to ask to require a public storage facility to have a bulk waste bin, so that the people who decide that they don't want something anymore, they can just put it in that bulk waste bin as a service, and with that, then they can move on, and we don't have any illegal dumping from that particular business in the area. To me, that sounds like a reasonable thing to ask for someone engaged in this type of business. To me, it's like requiring a adult entertainment place to have security guards. It's like it's the business that you're engaged in, and people are more likely to be drinking and maybe get upset, and you need security. So it's responsible for you to hire security. And I'll add as well that, I mean, they're the business. They can decide how they want to, if they want to just immediately pass it on to all of their renters, or if they want to only make it a service where if you need it, you're going to pay for it right then and there. That will probably cause people to move on as well, and still dump it if they do it that way. But that's a businessman's issue, and so that's the reason why I can see the way that it is written now, with the last part being stricken. Right, it's acceptable to me. So I would love to hear, because we already know what Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla is on, and Commissioner Reyes. So I would love to hear any other commissioners, or we can go to a vote and just simply vote it up and down. So does anyone would like to? Mr. Garcia, you want to comment?
Yes, briefly. Thank you, and perhaps to offer some level of comfort. First, a disclaimer: I don't claim pride of authorship. That goes to Commissioner Reyes. The requirement for a warrant is already embedded in this ordinance. And the reason for the warrant itself is actually to do an analysis of the proposal to control against potential adverse impacts. And a potential adverse impact of a public storage facility is certainly the waste that can be strewn about that comes out of it. So in terms of having the on-site bulk waste disposal bin, that is simply best practice. And the only added feature, which actually works very well, is to include in this process the solid waste director's office, so that they can help right-size the bin so that it is appropriate to the size of the storage that takes place on site. So frankly, we recommend it. We think it's very good policy, and we recommend it to go forward.
Mr. Clerk, was there a motion or a second put on the?
I move that.
No motion at this time.
Okay. Well, Commissioner Reyes, do you Move it with the amendment.
Yes, sir, with the amendment.
All right, then I'll second as the chairman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against?
No.
And the motion carries 3-2. PZ 6.
Mr. Chair,
Chair, my apologies. I know that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla was no. Who was the other no?
The vice chairman.
Okay, so 3-2. No Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla and Commissioner Russell.
All right, can you read PZ 6 into the record, please, Madam City Attorney?
PZ 6, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended. More specifically, amending Appendix A titled Neighborhood Conservation District to incorporate additional height allowances and freeboard in the floodplain, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
so moved.
Was that a motion now, Commissioner Wilson?
Yes, please.
Is there a second to the motion?
I will second it, Mr. Russell, because I think it's a good idea. I don't have anything. I think that we should allow the additional height allowance and freeboards in the floodplain plane. And that's getting ready for the sea level rising. That's what you want, Mr. Russell? Is that the idea?
Yes, and we've already passed this throughout the city. This will just allow us to do it in the neighborhood conservation districts as well.
That's right.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
On which one we're talking about?
PZ 6.
Hold on. Yep.
All right, so no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against?
If,
Aye for that too.
The motion.
Commissioner Fedor,
yes, if we could go back to PC 4. I was under the impression this is first reading, but
What's your double motion, sir?
well, I'm going back to PC 4. It says second reading. I thought it was first reading, and I'm not seeing how the vote was in the first reading.
What was the vote in the first reading?
It's not here.
Mr. Clerk, do you have the vote in the first reading for PZ 4?
Yes, sir. For PZ4, it passed at the November 21st, 2019 City Commission meeting on first reading. It was moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Gort, and it passed unanimously 5-0.
Okay. I can make a motion for consideration.
I second that motion.
When properly moved to reconsider, there's no debate on the motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
All
Here
in
we go
favor of the
again.
motion? All in favor of the motion to reconsider, say aye.
Aye.
All against?
Go right ahead. I mean,
What was the amendment that was approved?
Motion passes to reconsider.
There was an
the
amendment.
radius. We took out the radius.
Yeah, the amendment that was provided was to remove that the facility may be liable for illegal dumping if proven that illegal dumping originated from the specified public service storage facility within a 1 mile radius of the facility. So that part that gave them the that really put the burden on them if someone dumped within 1 mile and it could be proven that it came from that facility, that burden was removed.
Right, but everybody understands that if they find right now, as our ordinances are drafted for solid waste, if you find solid waste dumped in front of this facility, even if we remove that, it's still going to be presumed that they are liable for it. I don't want to.
Without this,
Even Even if we
No,
remove
it-
the 1 mile radius thing, if it's
Even-
dumped right in front,
No. Even if we remove the 1 mile radius, even if we don't pass this, they
right?
will, even if we don't, there is no measure taken. If it is in front of it's just like an apartment building. It's the same thing.
Correct.
Then why do we need this?
In order to avoid dumping on the street.
No. Well, yes, but the reason that this is proposed is to add the bulk waste container to the.
Absolutely.
Right, to
That's
mandate a bulky waste container like we do for apartment buildings.
I would present a motion to defer this. If it's not accepted, then I'm going to present a motion to disapprove it. So I would present a motion to defer this item.
Defer to when, sir?
For the last July meeting.
July 23rd.
May I ask what your concerns are, sir? Just to, because as I remember when we first presented this, you were much in favor. Because you are a victim of those that just like we are in my district.
Yeah. Well, we're all victims in all districts of dumping.
That's right.
I think this a district that has more dumping than district. That's why I have staff members almost on a daily basis going out, identifying dumping sites and reporting them to the solid waste department.
So do I.
There's quite a few things here that I want to look at better so that if this is going to be approved, it's really tightened in a way that it's fair across the board. And I apologize. The last weeks, I've had a lot of stuff that I've had to deal with that I haven't looked at this closely. That's why I missed the second reading aspect of it. But this is only a deferral to the last meeting in
Listen,
July. So 1 month deferral.
I accept it, and if you want to make it better, or that's fine.
Okay.
And if you have any additional input for it, it is fine. I mean, I accept it. The thing, my problem is, you see, I'm not here and trying to pass a legislation in order to get a recognition or anything. What I want is to improve the quality of life of my city, and that's the only thing. And I accept your, and if you have concerns and you want to make it tight, that's fine. Let's go.
Not, in no way have I said anything what your intentions are.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Do not speak for me.
I'm not talking for you, Mr.
I have not said a word about your intentions or anybody's intentions. I want to be very precise and sure on how this is going to be put together. Frankly, the biggest problem that I've had is that I don't believe that under Miami 21, all these places should have been approved in many of the areas they've been approved in. And they went up overnight.
That's right.
Within a couple of years. And they're in places that it's obscene where they're at.
Yeah.
That's another issue that we're not dealing with here.
But we should deal with it in the near future.
Well, we did by
a moratorium.
The attorney to do that we've discussed already.
That's right.
Where no more of these facilities would be allowed in all the areas that you see them now in. I would stop it in a big way, because before they were industrial zones. Then all of a sudden, the criteria was changed, and it was interpreted that no, they could be placed within neighborhoods. And this is what's really created this whole dumping situation. When you put it inside neighborhoods, in places that really, I believe, that's one vote here, that it should never have been approved. So
I agree with it.
If I made a motion to defer, Commissioner Ray is seconded.
That's right.
There's no further discussion. If we could have a roll call.
So it's been properly moved and seconded to defer to the second meeting in July. Is there any discussion about that motion on the floor? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And against? The motion carries.
One additional thing that I'd like to ask, and this is within my district, and this is the deferment that was requested on PC7. I think the governor's order is that we have virtual meetings until August the 1st. I don't know if he's going to extend it or not, but and I don't know if we're going to have any virtual meetings if it's extended, or if not, live meetings in August. Does the administration know if we're planning on having any meetings in August?
No meetings in August.
There are none planned as of now.
And I am going to be out of here.
All right.
We all need a vacation.
So what I'd like to do, Mr. Manager, is that in September, if we're still in virtual meetings and the governor has extended the emergency ordinance to that, to have virtual meetings, and we're not going to be able to meet in enclosed places like this, I'd like to present a resolution that we meet in Bayfront Park under the band shell, which you could put a lot of us spread 10 feet apart, and there's plenty of room for people to come and speak, so we could deal with this item. And this way, it's in the public. There's no excuses whatsoever, because this needs to be dealt with for those neighbors once and for all. They don't have the dollars that the person that's coming with this school has to pay for attorneys, and this is only fair to the people in that neighborhood that this be heard as soon as possible.
What item it is? I'm sorry, I missed the item.
PC7.
PC7, the Montessori school.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carollo, I just want to clarify, it would be the first meeting in September, and you wish to move the meeting from City Hall to the
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if we will not have live meetings in September at City Hall, then what I would like is to have a special meeting at Bayfront Park. It's going to be open air, and we'll have fans to make it even cooler. Deal with this item.
Mr. Commissioner Carollo, don't you think that it's a little bit too hot? I mean, why don't we meet on some place that there is air conditioning? I agree with you. This is a very important decision to make. You see, but you know,
if a place is big enough.
Well, how about James L. Knight Center?
Criterias that we have to all abide by. I'll be happy to hear any other suggestion.
No, I'm just suggesting, maybe the James L. Knight Center, which is huge. You see, we can meet there. I mean, it has air conditioning and all that, because what we are that way, we don't have people that they are concerned about this if they're going to be under the sun. You see, well, and it is hot in the sun. It's hot. I don't mind. I can take the sun.
I don't mind if it's there. The only question is the parking there is pretty expensive. So
it is. You have a point.
To be afraid of. We're in Bayfront Park.
You have a point.
If you come forward, we can provide free parking. But outside of that,
if you're at Bayfront Park, you can also you can park at Bayfront Park, free parking, and take the Metro Mover though, right? The Metro Mover is free. That goes to
it is, Commissioner, but not everybody is well versed in the Metro Mover. But I just want to be able to deal with if we don't have a live meeting in September. I don't mind the manager picking a site.
Yes.
Within the city that's acceptable, so that we could deal with this public can come. Even maybe the Artime.
Maybe the Artime too.
There might be one that we could
Yeah.
use.
Yeah, we could look at the Gusman as well. The Olympia is another option. All of which are close proximity to parking, the city all controls, and we could provide validations.
But I support Commissioner Carollo's concern about this, and I know that this is very important for the neighborhood, and they should all be able to come and in person express their concern.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized, Senator.
Yeah, and I think for planning purposes, we should probably consider other issues that are high-profile issues. Let's call them that, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
Other issues that are going to have a lot of public input. You know, perhaps even the Carlton School and the Rickenbacker Marina and other issues that are high-profile issues that we should do in that kind of a forum, where the lawyers and the public and everybody can come in person and testify. The Zoom world we're living in now, I don't think lends itself to advocates having the right to come before this body and express their opinion in the most open way possible. So for issues that are important issues for the city of Miami, have long-term impact on the city, I think it's important to have a real meeting instead of a virtual meeting. And that meeting is going to be in September. This continues, and it should be in a venue that it's comfortable, that has free parking. I have no problem with Bayfront Park. We put a lot of fans out there, but perhaps James L. Knight, if we can provide, it's a city-owned facility, so we can probably provide, we can validate parking there. But not only deal with one issue, in other words, kind of for planning purposes, Mr. Manager, perhaps you put together a number of issues for that first September meeting, and we could tackle them or begin to tackle them at least.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, Senator,
I'm fine with that too.
Extraordinary circumstances, require extraordinary decisions, right? And so I think that makes a lot of sense. And we've had remote meetings for other issues. For instance, in our CRA, we have remote meetings on a street just so we can highlight what was happening in that area. I know that we've done that in the past, and so I'm certainly open to do that for other issues. And I mean, that begs the question, like for instance, today we have the PZ8 and PZ9, right? So is that something that should be handled? Because I know a lot of people want to have these sorts of meetings.
Yes.
Where they can participate, where they can physically participate, if you will. And so
we can include this too.
But is that something that we're considering for
the only thing that
we all know, I think we all know the ability to persuade is a lot. You're more effective persuading in person than you are over the internet or in Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
So I think both pros and cons of people that are for or against something should have the ability to come before us and persuade us and advocate for their position. And I think it's a lot easier to do it in person. It's more effective for the parties involved. It's fair to the general public that we have that kind of we give them that opportunity. And we're also getting a lot of hours of public testimony of people that don't even live in the city of Miami, all over the country. Hours that are not our responsibility, and our time should be dedicated to the citizens of the city of Miami, period. And they're the ones who have all the right in the world to come and testify before us and advocate for one position or another. But we shouldn't be having these 3 hours of public testimony taped and that are from outside the city of Miami that have no impact, have no consequences to what they say, and no impact on what they say to our residents. So big ticket issues that matter that we're going to be discussing. We know we have about 6 or 7. I don't want to go through them because we could start a whole new debate. But we have 6 or 7 that we're going to be debating in the next 2 or 3 months, and it should be done in a live form, not in a virtual form, I think.
Madam City Attorney.
My 2 cents.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify 2 things. One, PZ7 was indefinitely deferred. So that would mean that we, the city, would potentially have to pay for the cost of renoticing. If you pick today, and that's why I asked Commissioner if we wanted a remote location for the first meeting in September, because we also have to designate that location in a resolution, preferably if we can do that in the next meeting, then because if not, we have to have the meeting at City Hall. So that's the 2 issues. One, if we want to at least get a date certain, so the first meeting in September, or a special meeting if you want, but you do the first meeting in September, and then the administration has time to figure out what location, and then at the next commission meeting, we do a resolution designating the location, the time and place. Because if not, we can't do it at Bayside, Bayfront, or wherever, Agdime, or anywhere you want to do it without that resolution. So those are the two issues that I wanted to bring up.
So, Mr. Chair, through you, if I may, so we could do the first week of July, decide, and then the last week of July, set the location and all that, correct? And kind of say it's going to be at Bayfront Park on September, whatever, at 9 o'clock.
You
We have
can.
time to do it. We still have time, in other words.
Yes, you have time to set the location, but if you want to at least set the date of that first meeting in September so that we don't have to re-advertise and all that. Just a thought.
Well, the date is a date, right? The
Well,
date is
right now it's indefinitely deferred. That item is indefinitely deferred.
Okay.
I know that we're talking about it, but I just wanted to bring up those 2 points.
Well, what motion do you need from us? And
a reconsideration probably to not indefinitely defer and undo it.
Correct, with a date. And then once the manager gives us a location, then you do that motion at the July
Okay.
meeting, either of the July meetings.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we reconsider the deferment of PZ7. And instead of indefinitely deferred, to hear this on the first meeting in
First motion is to reconsider.
Okay.
It's seconded by the chair. There's no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 All against. That motion carries.
So, when Commissioner Carollo, when do you think that we should hear this? The first or the second meeting in September?
I think we should hear in the first part of September.
The first meeting in September.
That would be September 10th.
Not.
That would be the September 10th meeting.
September 10th meeting. Okay.
If I may very briefly, just briefly to suggest the following. I believe that, as you well stated, this particular item is likely to bring many, many concerned citizens. We are all expecting notifications. So to re-advertise in this particular item, I think makes perfect sense. Notwithstanding the expense, it'll be somewhat nominal and we can absorb it in the planning department. That's part of our budget. But to re-advertise, frankly, I think makes a lot of sense, and I invite you to consider that.
Okay.
Should it be a special meeting though? Should it be handled on the 10th, or should it be a special meeting?
Is that, don't we have a regular meeting?
Right, we have a regular meeting on the 10th. Is that?
Yes.
So we will hold our regular meeting at that location.
At that location, yes.
Okay, understood. Okay.
That's a motion.
So the motion was to defer it to the
Second.
motion, please.
The
Clarify the motion for me. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm asking. Mr. Clerk, do you know the motion?
It's to defer item PZ7 to the September 10th City Commission meeting.
That's right.
Probably moved, seconded by the chair. All in favor, say aye.
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 That motion carries.
That takes care of that.
The
Okay.
chair.
Now, you're recognized, Vice Chairman.
Madam City Attorney, just a question on that so I fully understand, because now we're going to be looking at these next two items, the PZ 8 and 9.
Or, I'm sorry, Chairman, really quick, Vice Chairman, before you talk about PZ 8 and 9, Commissioner Carollo.
You want to speak?
Okay, Commissioner Carollo has a conflict.
Sorry, I'm not going into
This
PZ.
is procedural.
Okay. All right.
The deferral. The last one was an indefinite deferral, which could have been brought back at any time. So even if we wanted to bring it back in September, we should have been able to do that without a problem. So wouldn't that be the same thing for example, PZ 8 and 9? If there's a will to defer that one as well,
Yeah.
what would be the difference between setting an express date and doing an indefinite deferral? What's the difference there?
The express date gives notice to those when the hearing will be, and you don't have to re-advertise at the city's cost.
Meaning we're giving notice now with the express date of deferral.
Correct.
If it were to have been indefinite and we, with enough time to make the notice, did place that notice of a new date and a new location, what would have been the additional cost or difficulty?
The cost, planning, could you advise what the cost is?
The cost depends on the number of affected parties. There's a fee per individual that has to receive the notification. I can do the calculations quickly. The point I was making previously is that indeed, especially the Village Montessori case, I happen to be directly aware of the fact that many of those stakeholders have been deferred so many times that they would expect a notification. I was just offering that personal testimony.
Right, but if we do it at a commission meeting, let's say the first or second meeting in July, and we state when we want that indefinite to be not 6 months, but brought back in 2 months, 3 months, or whatever, then does it still require that mailing and cost?
It wouldn't be an indefinite deferral. It would be to a time certain, even
No.
if it's a couple months away.
We set something for an indefinite today,
Okay.
and then we get through whatever we need to get through to deal with it in an earlier fashion. And at a subsequent commission meeting, we say, all right, we know when we want to deal with this now. It's on this specific date. Does that trigger a new mailing and new notification, or have you done that through that commission meeting?
It would trigger it because you reset it, and then at a subsequent meeting, you're bringing it up just to tell the administration when you want it back. It's not like today that it's on today's meeting, it was reconsidered, and you're setting a date going forward. If you do it if you did an indefinite deferral and then set it for a different meeting and talk about it at a different meeting, you're still gonna have to notice it. But Mr. Garcia is correct. Because of the controversial nature of this item anyway, you might as well notice it just to make sure that everybody comes back. But
Even if we set the date today, you'd still want to go through that notice process.
right, just because it's, even though it's still the same meeting and we could legally do it, sometimes with items that are controversial, you want to make sure that everybody who's upset is on notice.
Okay, so in that case, whether it's indefinite or whether we set a date, it's pretty much the same in terms of process and cost and timing.
For this item, because we reconsidered.
Okay, can I get a word in here? Because I've been with you guys today, but this is where
Wow.
I move out. Thank you. The Ethics Commission has informed the city attorney and my request about inquiry that I should not vote on anything to do with PC 8 or PC 9. So I will be abstaining on anything to do with it for the reason that I own property that's within 500 feet of the property that will be discussed. So even in setting a date on it, I'm not going to get involved now because I was just informed of this recently. I didn't know that I was within 500 feet until one of the neighbors brought notice to me that had been sent. And that's when I asked the city attorney to inquire of the Ethics Commission, and they suggested that I would abstain from voting. So I've enjoyed seeing all of you again. Stay safe, and we'll see you next meeting.
It's a shame. We'd like
See
to
you,
hear
Commissioner.
your
We
opinion.
missed you.
Commissioner Carollo, before you go, I just wanted to bring up one point. Everybody knows that September 10 is budget, right? I think it's budget hearings. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
You mean to tell us that it's going to be a long meeting, right?
I'm just saying so everybody knows.
Good. Thank you.
So how many feet is that the Ethics Commission decides that if something's near you, then you shouldn't participate in the vote?
Well, this one was within the 500 feet notice. So you could be an aggrieved party, you could be an intervener, so you have an interest more than the average person.
Okay. So Commissioner Russell, procedurally, how do you want to proceed with PZ 89? Would you like to have it in a place like that?
I was going to ask for a deferral, but not for the reasons of wanting a public physical get together. I'm satisfied with how the Zoom has been working, and I feel like we've gotten more public comment on some of these issues than not. And I don't think anyone's going to be calling in from another city or state on this particular issue. This is a very localized issue. So I'm okay with it taking place in a Zoom format, but I did have some other issues that I need clarified that I need to work together with the city attorney to understand better before I want to move forward. So I was going to seek a deferral, but whether it's before the summer or after the summer is the question. I think I can clear up the issues that I've got by the second meeting in July. So I'm okay with the deferral of that date, but I wanted to give some flexibility, because if this body really wants to take these major issues up in person, I don't want to have to renotice and do all these other things. So if we said indefinite, if we made a motion right now for indefinite deferral of PZ 8 and 9, we could bring it back in a little over a month and go through the noticing procedures in the weeks to come to do that, right? If, let's say, at the first meeting in July, we just say we want to bring it back, or I let you know, Victoria, and then we can notice it properly. Would that be correct?
Yes, you can.
All right. And in that case, and the main issue at hand, I don't know if I need to go into it really, was that there was a legal memo issued yesterday, and I only was able to read it this morning, and I really think it should be in the record, and it has to do with old designations on this property from 1988, 1999, and how those apply to the decision process we make now. Not only am I not fully understanding the opinion of whether or not we're supposed to take those into account, I may or may not agree with them, but before taking that up and sparring that issue, that's internal to us, I think. And I want to really understand that better with my city attorney before we take this up with intervener, cross-examinations, all these other things, when this very fundamental issue could affect our decision. I want all of us to be very aware of this memo. I want it to be on the record, and I want us to know whether or not it's something we should be factoring. The memo says we shouldn't be factoring it, but I don't fully, I'd be seeking a deferral so that gets placed on the record, and I can get a further briefing with my city attorney, and we can deal with this at a later date. I'll probably be ready to deal with this within the next month, I'd say. But if we say indefinite at this point, we can bring it back, and that would be okay. So is that all right with everyone?
It's fine with me.
So it's probably move for indefinite deferral for item PZ 8 and PZ 9.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing on all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
With the point of privilege?
You recognize? Yes, you're recognized.
I just want to show you the best present anyone could ever ask for. My son from up in North Carolina just drove 12 hours and came straight to City Hall to be here with us.
Oh, that's
Definitely
the best present.
He's been driving since 4 a.m. this morning just to be here for my birthday. So I'm blessed.
Yes, you are.
I haven't driven 12 hours anywhere.
Either it's get me scared to death. I've been watching the map on my phone all day, but he's here now, and I'm very happy and proud of my son who just graduated high school, and here he is. So,
Chairman, can we sing happy birthday to the vice chairman and to Erica?
Oh, yes.
I heard that the senator has the best voice.
Oh, I have the sexiest voice, but not the best voice. That's one talent God did not give me. I heard you have a good voice, though. You lead us off, Chairman.
You know this song? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
dear Ken. Happy birthday to you.
Yay.
Many more.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
This, if all hearts and all minds are clear, this meeting has come to an end. Thank you.
See you later. Be careful.
Happy birthday.